We're leaving this house. Huh? I didn't understand what he meant. We're giving the house to Matt. What? What are you talking about? You can't make decisions like that on your own. Shut up, you don't get to talk back to me. We're giving the house to my brother. If you don't agree, we're getting a divorce. At that moment, all the feelings I had left for my husband completely vanished. Fine, let's get a divorce then. My name is Sarah, and I'm 32 years old. I've been married to my husband, Tom, for 4 years. We wanted kids, but it never worked out, so it's just been the two of us. At one point, we thought about getting fertility treatments, but Tom said it would be fine if it was just us. I was so happy when he said that. I thought I could be happy spending the rest of my life with just him. But lately, things have been tough, and I can't say our life is happy anymore. Tom's parents both passed away recently. His dad died from cancer, and his mom, who was already sick, got worse and died shortly after. We've been busy dealing with the funerals and sorting out their property, so we haven't had much time to relax together as a couple. On top of that, Tom always thought the husband should be in charge. He's been strict with me sometimes, and he'd make me look bad in front of others, trying to appear humble. As his wife and part of his family, I understood where he was coming from, but lately, it's gotten worse. He treats me like I'm a bad wife. If I make even the smallest mistake with housework, he scolds me like I've done something terrible. Before we got married, we worked together, and he was my boss. Because of that, I think Tom still sees me as someone who works for him, even in our marriage, but that's not how I want our marriage to be. I just want him to treat me better as his wife. Not everything about him is bad, though. When we worked together, he gave me important projects to help me grow, but he'd always be there to help if I needed it. He listened to my concerns and made me feel like I could rely on him. He'd always say, "You did a great job," when we finished a project. At work, he was so charming that I completely fell for him. The real reason I decided to marry Tom was because he was there for me when I lost my uncle, who I was very close to. We had been dating for a year and a half before we got married. I quit my job and now work part-time while also doing the housework. Tom has been really busy lately and comes home late. He does a lot of overtime, usually getting home around 9:30 p.m. He's a manager, so I understand why it's hard for him. Hope you didn't have too rough of a day today, I say when he comes home. But he doesn't answer. What's for dinner? That's always the first thing he asks. Oh, I made curry. He doesn't respond to that and just says, beer. As he sits down at the table, I pick up his suits off the floor and quickly grab him a beer. He likes it really cold, so I have to make sure it's been in the freezer for about 30 minutes before he gets home. If it's frozen, he gets mad, so I have to time it just right. I always feel nervous waiting for him to come home, but he doesn't seem to care about any of the little things I worry about. After dinner, he heads straight for the shower. I have to put his clean clothes and towels in the bathroom, then clear the dishes. I never know what might upset him. Today, he yelled, "Hey, why isn't there any chocolate mint ice cream?" I'm sorry, they didn't have it at the nearby supermarket. He glared at me, went to the bedroom, and went to sleep. He's never been much of a talker, and we don't really have conversations anymore. I know he's probably tired from work, but we haven't really spoken in about 6 months. But I still have feelings for him. Like I said, he comforted me when I lost my uncle, and that's one reason I still trust him. When my parents divorced while I was in middle school, I lived with my mom, but when I was in high school, she got sick and passed away. After that, I lived with my uncle. He was like a father to me, and I loved him a lot. He paid for me to go to college, and when I started working, I would save money to take him to nice restaurants and buy him gifts. I was really happy living with him, and I'm so thankful for everything he did for me. My dad wasn't a good man, so to me, my uncle was more of a father. Sadly, my time with him didn't last. My uncle got cancer, the same kind my mom had, and passed away. I don't know if it's genetic, but it broke my heart to lose him so soon. He was all the family I had left, and I felt completely alone. There was so much I still wanted to do with him, like take him on a trip to thank him. For a while, I didn't even feel like eating. That's when Tom came over to comfort me. He asked me why I was so sad, and when I told him, he said, "That must be really tough for you. Thank you for working so hard during such a rough time." Tom had always been a strict boss, but I felt comforted by his warm and kind words. Because of this, I trusted him completely, even though he could be tough sometimes. I wanted to keep our relationship strong as a married couple. But everything was about to change because of a phone call from Tom's brother, Matt. "It's good to hear from you, Matt. What's going on? I need to tell you something. Is Tom there?" Matt didn't sound very cheerful, which made me worried. I handed the phone to Tom. Tom is very close to his brother and often talks about how proud he is of him. Matt graduated from an Ivy League school, works at a top company, and is a really great guy. I don't understand why Tom is so proud of him, but I can see why he feels that way. Tom seemed excited to hear from Matt. "Hey, Matt, thanks for calling. What's up?" Until then, Tom had been watching TV with no expression, but now he was smiling. Still, I could tell from Matt's tone that something was wrong. As Tom listened to the call, his smile disappeared and his voice sounded worried. "Are you okay? What happened?" Tom listened for a moment, then said, "I understand. Don't push yourself too hard, and remember, you can always rely on me." Before hanging up, "What's wrong?" "Matt got fired." "What?" I froze. I knew his company wasn't doing great, but I never expected they would fire Matt. Tom sat down on the couch and sighed. "I can't believe it either. Matt is kind, good at his job, and he respects me. Once, at a family gathering, he even told Tom off for saying too many good things about me. He apologized to me afterward. Matt got married last year, and his wife seems lovely. They look like a beautiful couple, and I imagined they would have a warm, caring family. So, I was shocked to hear that Matt was suddenly let go due to company downsizing. I'm really worried. Is there anything we can do?" I asked, feeling concerned. But Tom's face turned serious, and he snapped. "Huh? What exactly do you think you can do? Don't even try to get involved. You'll just make things worse." I was shocked. I never expected him to say something like that. It was too much, and I couldn't hold back. "Make things worse? What do you mean by that?" Tom's anger grew even more. "This has nothing to do with you. Stay out of it. You're just a housewife. What do you even know?" "Nothing to do with me? We're family. I'm your wife." I couldn't believe he thought that way. After that, Tom became even more aggressive toward me. "I envy you as a housewife. You don't have any work stress, and all you do is housework, but you should care more about your clothes. Matt's wife always looks stylish. Stop wasting money on clothes and makeup," he'd also say. Which is it? Does he want me to look good or not? I was getting more and more exhausted from his attacks. I used to be able to handle it because I respected him, but lately, it's gotten worse. If I said something wrong, or even if I didn't say anything at all, he was always irritated with me. We don't make eye contact anymore. We don't speak to each other at all. I started wondering why I even stayed married to this man. Then one day, something happened. It was unusual for Tom to be up so early on his day off. I wondered if he had plans, but when I saw him packing boxes and throwing things into a garbage bag, I got curious. We hadn't had much to talk about lately, so I didn't ask what he was doing. But then, he noticed me watching him and said, "Hey, will you help me with this?" I was surprised he was speaking to me. "Are you cleaning your room?" I asked. But his answer was something I didn't expect. "We're leaving this house." Huh? I didn't understand what he meant. "We're giving this place to Matt." What? What are you talking about? You can't just make decisions like that on your own. You can't complain to me like that. This is too much. Don't think you can threaten me and make things go the way you want. Where are we going to live if we give the house to Matt? We'll figure it out. Have you talked to him about this? I will. Just as I thought. He hadn't actually talked to Matt or his wife about this. I couldn't believe he'd try to make such a big decision without even checking with them first. Shut up. You have no right to talk back to me. We're giving this house to my brother. If you don't agree, we're getting a divorce. At that moment, all the feelings I had left for Tom disappeared. Okay, then, let's get a divorce. Tom looked surprised for a moment, but then said, "Okay, I'm serious, you know," and walked out. He came back soon, shouting, "Here are the divorce papers. Let's do it now." He threw the papers at me, and I signed them without saying a word. Okay, I'll submit them. I went out to file the papers. When I got home, Tom was still packing his things. It's done. I've submitted the papers. Okay, now you pack your things too. I replied calmly. What are you talking about? I'm not leaving. Tom looked furious. What? Stop messing around and pack your stuff. I said we're giving this place to Matt. He didn't seem to get it, so I explained quietly. This house is in my name. It was originally my uncle's. What? You didn't forget, did you? I owned this house before we even got married. Tom's face turned pale when he realized what I meant. How are you going to give the house to Matt? It belongs to me. You never paid any property tax, did you? You act like it's your house. Now that we're divorced, you're the only one living here, I said. It seemed like Tom finally understood the situation. Wait, Sarah, I'm sorry, please, can you calm down? Excuse me, I'm completely calm, thank you very much. You're the one who should be calming down. If you think you own this place, did you feel like you owned everything just because you could order me around? I was grateful to you, and I respected you. You were there for me when I lost my uncle, and I relied on you at work. But now, you're just a husband who harasses me. Have you ever treated me properly? No, you treated me like I was just a housekeeper, and I can't take it anymore. I never want to see you again. I'm not giving this house to anyone, and you're the one leaving. You've packed your bags, so get out of my house right now. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Tom is in shock and collapses onto the floor. After that, he rents a storage unit for his things and stays at a business hotel. Not long after, I hear he rented an apartment and started living there like nothing had happened. Since I still have some friends from work, they all found out about his behavior toward me during our marriage. No one trusts him anymore. He's having a tough time at work too, and he's been moved to a department with hardly any important tasks. About a year after the divorce, I'm walking home from the store when I'm stopped by Tom. I try to ignore him, but he keeps following me, saying hey over and over. I finally turn to face him, scared, and say, please stop following me. What do you want? He says something I never expected. It's all your fault. Excuse me? How my parents died and how my brother got fired. I don't understand what you're talking about. You jinxed us. You're the one who made all these bad things happen to me and my family. That's ridiculous. I have nothing to do with that. It's been one disaster after another since I married you. If I hadn't, I'd still be living happily. Oh really? What about you getting a promotion while we were married? That happened because of our marriage, right? And what about Matt marrying that lovely woman? That was also while we were together. I stay calm and respond. Just because your life isn't going well doesn't mean you can blame it on me. If you keep following me, I'll call the police. Tom drops his head and walks away. I file a restraining order against him and decide to call Matt. Matt answers and immediately apologizes for his brother. He explains that after our divorce, he was upset with Tom for trying to give the house to him without asking. He says he's been keeping his distance from Tom, as he felt Tom would cause trouble again. I realize Tom is upset because his brother distanced himself from him. That's his problem, not mine. Although Matt lost his job, his skills and experience helped him land a job as a general manager at another company, where he earns a higher salary than before. Hearing this, I know I didn't cause any bad luck for Tom's family. When I tell Matt about the restraining order, he says, I have no problem with that. It's the right thing to do. Now Tom is completely on his own, and it's all his fault. This has taught me how important it is to be kind and thoughtful to others in any relationship. I'm going to keep this lesson in mind as I move forward, being considerate to everyone I meet. It's unbelievable that Tom thought he owned the house. The way he treated me was unacceptable. No matter how good he was at his job, it was definitely the right decision to divorce him. I hope I find someone better in the future. Thanks for watching until the end. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe to our channel, and we'll see you next time.
1 million followers, I whispered to Freddie across the coffee shop table, watching his eyes widen as he nearly choked on his latte. And they still think I'm wasting my time. My name is Zoe, and I'm what you'd call the family disappointment. At least that's how my siblings make me feel every chance they get. While they climb their fancy corporate ladders, I've been building something of my own, something they'd never understand. Are you serious? Freddie leaned forward, lowering his voice. 1 million? That's insane, Zoe. Yeah, and the best part? Marley and Nash still think I'm just posting pretty pictures of street food and sunsets. I couldn't help but smile, even though it hurt. You should have heard them at dinner last night. The memory was still fresh. Another painful family dinner where I was served a hefty portion of criticism alongside Mom's lasagna. So Zoe, Marley had started, using that condescending lawyer tone she'd perfected, Still playing around with that little travel blog of yours? I pushed my food around my plate. It's going well, actually. I just got back from Thailand and— Thailand? Nash interrupted, adjusting his expensive tie. Please tell me you're not burning through your savings for these little adventures. I'm not burning through anything, I said quietly, knowing they wouldn't believe the truth anyway. The blog pays for itself. Honey, Marley reached across the table, patting my hand like I was a child. I know you want to follow your dreams, but maybe it's time to think about a real career. I could get you an interview at my firm. Filing clerk positions are perfect for someone with your experience. Back in the coffee shop, Freddie's voice pulled me from the memory. Why don't you just tell them? Show them your analytics, your sponsorship deals. I took a sip of my Americano. Would you believe me if I told you I've tried? Last month, I mentioned a hotel partnership in Barcelona. Nash laughed and asked if they were paying me in continental breakfast vouchers. Your siblings are jerks, Freddie declared, not for the first time. The worst part is, they think they're helping, protecting me from ending up like Aunt Lexi. The artist aunt they never talk about? Yeah, she chased her dreams of becoming a painter. Now she lives in a tiny apartment in Portland, selling watercolors on Etsy. They use her as a cautionary tale. My phone buzzed. Another notification from my blog. A luxury resort in the Maldives wanted to collaborate. The irony wasn't lost on me. I made more in a month than Nash did in his quarterly bonuses. I hesitated playing with my coffee cup. I wish they could see me, really see me. Freddie's eyes lit up with that dangerous spark that usually preceded his best or worst ideas. So, make them see you. What do you mean? You've got the means, right? Do something big, something they can't ignore. I pulled out my laptop, opening my travel planning folder. Actually, I've been thinking about something. They've always talked about wanting to do this fancy European vacation together, the kind with private tours and five-star hotels. Okay, Freddie leaned in. What if I funded it, the whole thing? First-class flights, luxury suites, the works. They'd never know it came from my little blog. The plan had been forming in my mind for weeks, but saying it out loud made it feel real. That's either brilliant or terrible, Freddie said. Maybe both. My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Marley. Family dinner tonight. Mom's making pot roast. Please wear something professional for once. I showed Freddie the text. See what I mean? They treat me like I'm 16. So what are you gonna do? I closed my laptop with a decisive click. I'm going to plan the most amazing family vacation they've ever dreamed of. And then, I smiled, feeling a mix of excitement and guilt. I'm going to turn it into the most viral blog series they'll never see coming. You're going to document the whole thing? Every perfect curated moment. They want to treat me like a joke? Fine. But they're about to become part of a story they didn't know they were starring in. Freddie whistled low. This could backfire spectacularly. You know that, right? Probably, I admitted, standing up and gathering my things. But I'm tired of being the family cautionary tale. Sometimes you have to risk everything to gain anything. As I headed to my car to prepare for another family dinner, my phone lit up with more notifications. Another sponsored post hit 100,000 likes. A travel magazine wanted an interview. A tourism board offered an all-expenses-paid trip to New Zealand. And my siblings thought I was just playing around with a little blog. Tonight, I'd sit through their well-meaning criticism one more time. But soon, very soon, they'd learn what their little sister was really capable of. The question was, would it bring us closer together or tear us apart completely? You want to do what? Freddie's voice crackled through my phone speaker as I paced my apartment, surrounded by travel brochures and sticky notes. Book the whole thing. Tonight, I clicked through luxury hotel websites, my cursor hovering over the Reserve Now button. Before I lose my nerve. And you're sure about this? The memory of last night's family dinner was still fresh. Another masterclass in subtle undermining from my siblings. Pass the salt, Zoe, Nash had said, then added with a smirk, unless you're too busy photographing your mashed potatoes for your followers. Actually, I'd replied, forcing a smile, I was thinking about planning a family trip. That got their attention. Marley had lowered her wine glass, exchanging a look with Nash. A trip? She'd asked carefully, like she was talking to a child suggesting we all fly to the moon. Honey, those kinds of vacations are expensive. Maybe start smaller, like a weekend at the lake? I'm thinking bigger, I'd said, heart pounding. 2 weeks in Europe, first class everything. Nash had nearly choked on his pot roast. And how exactly are you planning to fund this little adventure? Blog exposure? I'll handle everything, I'd said firmly. All expenses. Consider it my treat. The silence that followed was deafening until Marley broke it with a patronizing laugh. Oh, sweetie, that's ambitious. But maybe we should wait until you have a more stable income stream. Now, staring at my laptop screen, I pulled up my bank account. The numbers made me smile. 6 figures from sponsored content alone, not counting my passive income streams. Freddie, I've never been more sure of anything. Okay, talk me through the plan again. I clicked through my meticulously organized spreadsheet. 2 weeks, hitting all their dream destinations. Paris, Rome, Barcelona, 5-star hotels, private tours, Michelin-star restaurants. The works. And they have no idea you can afford this? Remember last month when Nash was bragging about his bonus? It wouldn't cover 2 nights at the hotels I'm booking. My phone pinged with a new email, another brand wanting to collaborate. I ignored it, focusing on the bookings. There, I said, hitting the final confirmation button. First-class flights booked. No turning back now. When are you going to tell them? Family brunch tomorrow. I closed my laptop, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. I already texted Mom to make sure everyone's coming. The next morning, I walked into our favorite brunch spot, clutching an envelope filled with printed itineraries. Marley and Nash were already there, both in their Sunday best, while I wore my usual jeans and a comfortable sweater. Well, look who finally made it, Marley said, checking her watch. We were starting to worry you'd gotten lost documenting the local coffee scene. I slid into my seat, waiting until after we'd ordered to pull out the envelope. Remember what I mentioned at dinner? Your imaginary European vacation? Nash chuckled. How could we forget? I spread the documents across the table. Not imaginary anymore. Everything's booked. We leave in 3 weeks. The silence was delicious. Marley picked up a flight confirmation, her perfectly manicured fingers trembling slightly. These are first-class tickets. 4 Seasons Paris, Nash muttered, flipping through the hotel reservations. Private tour of the Vatican, yacht day in Barcelona. His face went pale. Zoe, this is easily a 6-figure trip. I know, I said calmly, sipping my mimosa. Like I said, my treat. But how? Marley started. Does it matter? I interrupted, surprising myself with my confidence. You both work so hard. You deserve something special. Let someone else take care of things for once. They exchanged worried looks. I could see the wheels turning, wondering if I'd gotten into debt, or worse. Look, Nash leaned forward. If you've done something reckless, the only thing you need to worry about is getting time off work, I said firmly. Everything else is handled. But, do you want to go or not? Another silence. Finally, Marley smiled. A genuine smile this time. Of course we want to go. It's just unexpected. Sometimes the best things are, I replied, thinking about my blog's first viral post, the one that changed everything. As we finished brunch, discussing passport renewals and packing lists. I felt a twinge of guilt about my hidden agenda. But then Nash made another crack about my cute little Instagram hobby, and the guilt evaporated. Later that night, I opened my blog's admin panel and started drafting the first post of what would become my most ambitious series yet, Family Dreams, an influencer's secret gift. "You've started the countdown now," Freddie texted. "No going back." I looked at the family photo from brunch, already edited and ready to post. My siblings' smiling faces, completely unaware they were about to become the stars of a story that would change everything. "Good," I typed back. "It's about time they saw what their little sister can do." "Oh my God, this is first class?" Marley squealed, settling into her pod seat. "I've never seen legroom like this." I hid my smile behind my camera, pretending to adjust settings while capturing her childlike excitement. If only she knew how many times I'd flown this way for blog work. Nash was already reclining his seat, accepting a glass of champagne from the flight attendant. "This is insane, Zoe. I still can't believe you pulled this off." "Just wait until you see the hotels," I replied, snapping another candid shot of him sipping champagne. Perfect for the blog post I'd already titled From Skeptics to Believers, a family's first taste of luxury travel. As we took off, I couldn't help but notice how different they both were away from their usual environments. No power suits, no briefcases, no condescending comments about my career choices. Just pure, unfiltered joy. "Look at these amenities." Marley was going through her travel kit like a kid at Christmas. "Is this real La Mer cream?" "Only the best for my favorite siblings," I said, the words tasting bittersweet. Halfway through the flight, Nash leaned across the aisle. "Seriously, Zoe, how did you afford all this?" "Magic," I winked, pulling out my laptop. "Now smile for the camera. The lighting's perfect." "Always with the photos." He rolled his eyes, but posed anyway. "At least let me see them before you post them on your little blog." I nodded, knowing these shots would stay private until the perfect moment. My real followers would have to wait for the big reveal. 8 hours later, we landed in Paris. The look on their faces when our private driver held up a sign with our names was priceless. "A Mercedes?" Marley whispered as we approached the sleek black vehicle. "Zoe, this is too much." "Nothing's too much for family," I replied, discreetly filming their reactions for my Instagram stories. The Four Seasons George V left them speechless. Marley actually gasped when we entered our suite, running from room to room like a teenager. "There must be some mistake," Nash said, staring at the Eiffel Tower view. "This suite is bigger than my apartment." "No mistake." I set up my tripod by the window. "Come on, family photo time before we unpack." "You and that camera," Marley laughed, but she was already fixing her hair. "At least you're documenting everything properly." If only she knew. That evening, over dinner at a rooftop restaurant, Marley scrolled through her phone. "Oh my God, look at this travel blog I found. They stayed in this exact suite last month. The photos are amazing." My heart skipped a beat. "Oh? Yeah, some influencer with a huge following. Their European guides are incredible." She showed me the screen, my own blog post staring back at me. "We should follow their recommendations while we're here." Nash peered over her shoulder. "Wow, they really know their stuff. Professional photos, insider tips. This is what travel blogging should look like, Zoe. Maybe you could learn something." I took a long sip of wine, suppressing both a laugh and a scream. Maybe I could. Later that night, after they'd gone to their rooms, I sat on my balcony updating my private Instagram story. Day 1, they're literally reading my blog for travel tips without realizing it's mine. Stay tuned, followers. This is just getting started. Freddie replied instantly. "The irony is killing me. How are you keeping a straight face?" "Practice," I typed back. "Years of practice." The next morning, we had a private tour of the Louvre before opening hours. Our guide, Sophie, was one of my regular collaborators. "Zoe?" she exclaimed when she saw me, then caught my subtle head shake. "Oh, welcome to the Louvre. Shall we begin?" As we walked through the empty halls, Sophie sharing her expertise, I noticed Marley and Nash actually listening to me for once when I added historical facts I'd learned from my previous visits. "How do you know all this?" Nash asked, genuinely impressed. "Oh, just picked it up from my little blog research," I said casually, watching his face fall slightly as he remembered to be dismissive. By dinner, my siblings were transformed. Gone were the power-playing professionals, replaced by wide-eyed travelers soaking in every moment. "This is incredible," Marley said over our third course. "I've never felt so free." "It's like being in a dream," Nash agreed, then looked at me curiously. "You seem so comfortable with all this luxury, Zoe, like you've done it before." I shrugged, adjusting my camera settings. "I guess I'm just good at adapting." As they chatted about tomorrow's plans, I uploaded the day's photos to my private folder, already writing captions in my head. Soon, very soon, they'd see themselves through my lens and finally understand exactly what their little sister was capable of. "More wine?" I offered, raising my glass. "Here's to family surprises." They clinked glasses enthusiastically, completely unaware they were toasting to their own imminent revelation. "Just a little to the left, Marley." "Perfect." I adjusted my camera settings as my sister posed against the Roman Colosseum's ancient walls. "Now look slightly up, like you're lost in thought." "You're getting really good at this," she admitted, following my directions. "These photos are actually starting to look professional." I bit back a response about my $500,000 camera being pretty professional already. "Thanks, I've had some practice." My phone buzzed. Another email from Travel and Leisure magazine about my viral Rome series from last year. I quickly dismissed it. "Nash, you're up," I called to my brother, who was busy texting his office. "The lighting's perfect right now." He groaned but complied, walking over. "More photos? Don't you have enough for your blog already?" "Trust me," I smiled, positioning him just right. "These will be worth it." As I snapped away, a group of tourists nearby started whispering and pointing. I knew that look. They'd recognized me from my blog. Thankfully, Marley and Nash were too absorbed in checking their own photos to notice. "Miss," one of the tourists approached hesitantly, "are you the one who wrote the Hidden Gems of Rome series?" I quickly shook my head, making a subtle, "please don't" gesture. "Oh no, sorry, just another tourist." The fan looked confused but caught my drift and walked away. Nash looked up from his phone. "What was that about?" "Nothing. Probably thought I was someone else." I quickly changed the subject. "Who's hungry? I know this amazing little place down a hidden alley." The restaurant, like everything else on our trip, was carefully chosen from my previous visits. As we settled into our corner table, the owner rushed over. "Signorina Zoe, welcome back." He caught himself too late. "Back?" Marley raised an eyebrow. "Oh, I meant welcome," he stammered, looking at me apologetically. "Special table for you and family, yes?" I nodded gratefully as he hurried away, but the damage was done. "That was weird," Nash mused. "Have you been here before?" "Must be thinking of someone else," I said quickly, opening the menu. "Try the truffle pasta. It's supposedly amazing." Later that afternoon, as we lounged by our hotel's rooftop pool, my phone lit up with a message from the editor of Wanderlust magazine. "Love the mysterious family vacation posts you're teasing. When can we expect the full story?" "Still working on it," I typed back, glancing at my siblings enjoying their cocktails. "Zoe, come look at this," Marley called out, holding up her phone. "Remember that travel blog I found in Paris? They have a whole guide about this exact hotel. The photos are incredible." I walked over, trying to keep my expression neutral as I looked at my own images on her screen. See how they captured the sunset over the Vatican? She pointed excitedly. That's real talent. Maybe you could reach out to them for tips. Maybe, I said, watching the actual Vatican sunset paint the sky in front of us. Speaking of photos, let's get some shots before we lose this light. I positioned them perfectly, knowing exactly how to capture the golden hour glow I'd mastered months ago in this very spot. As I clicked away, Nash whistled. Wow, these actually look like those professional blog photos, he said, peering at my camera screen. Almost as good as that account Marley found. Funny coincidence, I muttered, adjusting my settings for another shot. That evening, after they'd gone to bed, I sat in my suite updating my private Instagram story. Day 5. They're literally comparing my photos to my photos. The irony is reaching new levels. Freddie replied immediately. This is getting good. When are you dropping the bomb? Soon, I wrote back. The magazine wants an exclusive. A notification popped up. Marley had just posted one of my photos on her Instagram. Her caption read, "Living the dream thanks to my amazing sister. Still don't know how she afforded this, but I'm not questioning it anymore." The post already had dozens of comments, including one that made my heart stop. OMG, isn't this the same hotel from that famous travel blogger's Rome series? I quickly logged into my main account and deleted the comment before Marley could see it. But more were coming. My followers were starting to connect the dots. Another message from Freddie. You can't keep this up forever. I know, I replied, looking at the growing stack of memory cards filled with perfectly curated moments. But I need a few more days. The story's not complete yet. I opened my laptop and began sorting through the day's photos, each one better than the last. My siblings looking carefree, happy, completely unaware they were starring in what would become my most viral series yet. A final text from Freddie. Just remember, you can't control how they'll react when they find out. I looked at my camera, then at the Vatican glowing in the distance. Maybe not, I whispered to myself, but I can control how the world sees it. Last breakfast in Europe, Marley sighed, stirring her cappuccino at our Barcelona hotel's rooftop restaurant. I can't believe it's almost over. I adjusted my camera one final time, capturing her wistful expression against the Mediterranean backdrop. The last shot for my series. Perfect. We should plan something special for Zoe when we get back, Nash said, surprising me. To thank her for all this. Absolutely, Marley agreed. Maybe dinner at that new place downtown? The waiting list is months long, but I can pull some strings. I almost laughed. I had a standing VIP reservation there from my restaurant review series last summer. That's sweet, but unnecessary, I said, checking my phone. Wanderlust magazine had just sent the final contract for my exclusive reveal. All I needed was to sign. No, really, Nash insisted. This trip has been eye-opening. We haven't always been supportive of your choices, but clearly you're doing better than we thought. Speaking of which, Marley leaned forward, isn't it time you told us how you really managed all this? My phone buzzed again, a message from Freddie. They're starting to figure it out. Your latest Instagram story is blowing up. Let's just enjoy our last day, I deflected, standing up. We have that private yacht tour in an hour. On the boat, as we cruised along the coast, I felt the weight of my laptop in my bag. The blog post was ready. One click would change everything. Hey, Nash called from the bow. Come take our picture. I raised my camera, capturing them against the sparkling water. They looked so happy, so different from the judgmental siblings who'd mocked my little hobby for years. Perfect shot, I said, but my hand was trembling. Send it to us? Marley asked. I want to post it before we leave. Actually, I started, then stopped as my phone exploded with notifications. Someone had connected the dots. A viral tweet was circulating. Wait, isn't that famous travel blogger on vacation with her family? The same family she said never supported her career? This tea is about to be hot. Everything okay? Nash asked, noticing my expression. Fine, I said quickly, silencing my phone. But it was too late. Marley's phone dinged. She glanced at it, then did a double take. That's weird. Someone just tagged me in a post about some travel blogger's family vacation series. My heart stopped. Oh my God. She continued scrolling. They're saying, wait. She looked up at me, her eyes widening. Zoe? Nash grabbed her phone, reading quickly. This can't be right. It says you're... But that's the blog we've been following, the one with millions of followers. The yacht suddenly felt very small. I can explain, I started, but Marley cut me off. Explain what? That you've been lying to us? That you're actually some kind of famous influencer? I never lied, I defended. You just never bothered to actually look at my work. Nash was frantically searching on his phone now. Holy shit, it's all here, the sponsors, the magazine features, the brand deals. He looked up, face pale. You're making more than I do. A lot more, I admitted quietly. Marley stood up, hands shaking. So this whole trip, all these perfect moments, the photos, it was just content for your blog? No, well, yes, but we were just props to you? Nash's voice cracked. A story for your followers? You don't understand, I tried again. For years, you treated me like a joke, like my dreams were worthless. I wanted to show you. Show us what? Marley demanded. That you could manipulate us, use us for clicks. That I succeeded, I shouted, finally snapping. That while you were mocking my little blog, I was building something huge, something real. The silence that followed was broken only by the waves against the boat. The post goes live tonight, I said quietly. Wanderlust magazine has the exclusive Family Dreams, funded by Fantasy, how a travel blogger gave her skeptical siblings the trip of a lifetime. Take it down, Nash said immediately. I can't. The contracts are signed. Marley laughed bitterly. Contracts, of course. Everything's content for you, isn't it? Even your own family. She turned away, staring at the horizon. Nash just shook his head, walking to the other end of the boat. I sat alone in the middle, my camera heavy in my hands. The perfect lighting, the perfect backdrop, the perfect story. Suddenly, none of it felt perfect anymore. My phone buzzed again. Freddie. How'd they take it? I looked at my siblings, now strangers on opposite ends of the boat I'd booked to capture our perfect family moment. They hate me, I typed back. Was it worth it? I watched as Marley wiped away tears, as Nash deleted photos from his phone. The story would go viral. My following would explode. Brands would line up for collaborations. But as we sailed back to shore in silence, I wasn't sure I knew the answer anymore. The flight home was nothing like our excited departure. Marley switched seats to sit far away from me, and Nash kept his noise-canceling headphones on the entire time, pointedly ignoring my existence. My phone hadn't stopped buzzing since the article went live. The story was everywhere. Travel blogger's epic revenge, treats dismissive siblings to luxury vacation. Viral, how one influencer proved her worth to doubtful family. The ultimate clapback, inside the most expensive I told you so ever. Turn it off, Nash snapped when he caught me looking at the headlines. Haven't you documented enough? I silently put my phone in airplane mode. But the damage was done. Our story was trending on every platform. Back home, I walked into my apartment to find Freddie waiting with takeout and a concerned expression. That bad, huh? Worse, I collapsed onto my couch. They won't even look at me. My phone rang. Another media request. Good Morning America this time. They want me to go on tomorrow, I said, staring at the email. to talk about turning family doubt into digital success. Are you going to do it? Before I could answer, my door burst open. Marley stormed in, still wearing her travel clothes, with Nash right behind her. "You're trending on Twitter," she screamed, throwing her phone at me. "Do you have any idea what this is doing to my reputation? My clients are calling. My boss saw it too," Nash added, his voice cold. "Asked if I needed financial advice from my influencer sister." "I never meant," I started. "Never meant what?" Marley cut me off. "To humiliate us? To expose our private moments to millions of strangers? To make us look like villains in your little revenge story? You did that yourselves." I stood up, finally finding my voice. "Every time you mocked my work, every time you treated me like a failure." "So you set us up," Nash interrupted. "Played us like we were just characters in your content." "No, I wanted you to see." "See what?" Marley's voice cracked. "That our little sister is a manipulative genius? Congratulations, we see it now." Freddie stepped between us. "Maybe everyone should calm down." "Stay out of this," Nash warned. "You probably knew about it all along." "Of course he knew," I said, "because unlike you, he actually supported me. He saw what I was building while you were busy looking down on me." "Building what?" Marley laughed bitterly. "A brand based on exploiting your family?" My phone buzzed again. Another notification. Marley grabbed it before I could stop her. "Join us tomorrow as viral sensation Zoe discusses her groundbreaking series about family redemption," she read aloud. "Redemption? Is that what you're calling this?" "The media's spinning it their way," I tried to explain. "I can decline the interview." "Don't bother," Nash said. "You've already gotten what you wanted. We look like fools, and you're the brilliant success story. That's not—" "You know what the worst part is?" Marley's voice was quiet now. "Those moments on the trip, when we were actually connecting, actually seeing you differently, they were real for us. But for you, they were just content." "They were real for me, too," I protested, tears starting to fall. "Everything I showed you, the hotels, the experiences, that's my real life, the life you never believed I could have. And now everyone knows how stupid we were not to believe in you," Nash said. Message received, loud and clear. He turned to leave, but paused at the door. "Hope the likes were worth it, Zoe." Marley followed him, but stopped too. "Mom's devastated, by the way. She can't believe her children have become a viral sensation for all the wrong reasons." The door slammed behind them, leaving me standing in my apartment, surrounded by the evidence of my success. Expensive camera equipment, luxury brand gifts, travel memorabilia from around the world. Freddie touched my shoulder gently. "Maybe give them some time." "Time for what?" I wiped my eyes. "To forgive me for proving them wrong? For having the career they said I'd never have?" My laptop pinged, an email from my agent. The story had broken all previous engagement records. Brands were lining up for partnerships. My follower count was skyrocketing. "Congratulations," Freddie said softly. "You won." I stared at my screen, at the photos of my siblings looking happy and carefree. Photos I'd carefully crafted to tell my story of triumph. Then why does it feel like I lost everything? My phone lit up again. "Good Morning America following up about tomorrow's interview." "What are you going to do?" Freddie asked. I looked at the last family photo we'd taken in Barcelona before everything fell apart. We were all smiling, genuine smiles, not knowing it was the last time we'd be happy together. "I'm going to tell the truth," I said, picking up my phone. "All of it, even the parts that don't make me look good. That could hurt your brand." "Maybe," I agreed, starting to type my response. "But I've already hurt something more important." "We're live in 3, 2, 1. The producer pointed at me as the cameras started rolling. "With us today is travel influencer Zoe, whose recent viral story about treating her skeptical siblings to a luxury European vacation has captured the internet's attention. The host began. Zoe, welcome. I shifted in my chair, ignoring the teleprompter with its suggested talking points about sweet revenge and proving the haters wrong. Thanks for having me, I said, then took a deep breath. But I need to set the record straight. The host's practiced smile flickered. This wasn't the script. I've read the headlines, I continued, about revenge and proving people wrong, but that's not the whole story. Tell us what really happened, she encouraged, recovering quickly. I hurt my family, I said simply. I took their private moments, their trust, and turned it into content. Yes, they doubted my career choice. Yes, they were dismissive. But what I did, I became exactly what they feared, someone who'd sacrifice anything for views. The host glanced nervously at her producers. This wasn't the uplifting success story they'd planned. But your blog, your success, it proved them wrong, didn't it? My success proved I could make money, but the way I handled it proved I could lose my soul doing it. My phone buzzed in my pocket. Probably Freddie watching live, or my agent having a meltdown. So you regret the trip? The host pressed. I regret the manipulation, those moments of joy you see in the photos. They were real. My siblings were genuinely happy, genuinely connecting with me, and I ruined it by turning it into a public spectacle. The producer was making frantic cutting motions, but I kept going. To my followers watching this, success isn't worth destroying your relationships. And to my family, I looked directly into the camera. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. They cut to commercial break. The host immediately removed her microphone, leaving me alone on set as crew members awkwardly avoided eye contact. My phone was flooded with notifications. My agent had sent 15 texts in a row, the last one reading, "What are you doing? 3 brands already pulled their offers." I turned off my phone and walked out of the studio into the bright morning sun. Freddie was waiting in his car. That was, he started. Career suicide? I finished, buckling my seatbelt. Brave, he corrected. And true. We drove in silence until he suddenly turned down a familiar street. This isn't the way to my apartment. No, he agreed. It's the way to your mom's house. My heart stopped. Freddie, no. They're all there, he said quietly. Marley texted me during your interview. They watched it together. And they want to talk. Minutes later, I stood on my mother's porch, hand frozen before the doorbell. Before I could decide whether to run, the door opened. Mom stood there, eyes red but soft. Without a word, she pulled me into a hug. Inside, Marley and Nash sat at the kitchen table, an open laptop between them, showing a replay of my interview. Hi, I managed weakly. Nash spoke first. Did you mean it? What you said on TV? Every word. You tanked your brand for us, Marley said, not quite a question. Turns out my brand isn't worth my family. I sat down heavily at the table. I got so caught up in proving myself, I forgot who I was proving it to. We watched your whole blog series this morning, Nash said. All your old posts, too. You're actually really good, Marley added. Like, really good. We just never looked before, Nash finished, because it was easier to assume you were failing than admit we might be wrong. Mom set coffee cups in front of us, just like she used to when we needed to talk through problems as kids. I should have shown you my success differently, I said. Not as a weapon. And we should have supported you from the start. Marley reached across the table, taking my hand. God, Zoe, you've built something amazing. Those hotel partnerships, the brand deals. The writing, Nash added. Your Rome series made me cry. Don't tell anyone I said that. A laugh bubbled up, surprising all of us. Soon we were all laughing, the tension breaking like a fever. So what now? Mom asked, sitting down with us. What happens to your blog? I looked at my siblings, seeing them clearly for the first time in years. That depends. How do you feel about a follow-up series? The real story this time, about family, forgiveness, and finding success without losing yourself. Only if you let us read it first, Marley smiled. And maybe teach us some of those photography tricks, Nash added. Deal, I said, feeling lighter than I had in weeks. But first, I need to know, was the trip actually good before everything blew up? They exchanged looks, then Marley grinned. It was perfect, even better knowing our little sister made it happen. Through talent and hard work, Nash emphasized. Mom squeezed my shoulder. Now that's the story you should be telling. Ready? I adjusted the camera settings, checking the lighting one last time. As ready as we'll ever be, Nash said, straightening his tie while Marley touched up her lipstick. We were back in Mom's kitchen, where everything had fallen apart and come back together. The familiar wooden table was set for Sunday dinner, just like always, but this time, my professional camera equipment surrounded us. Remember, I said, just be natural. Tell your truth. Our truth, Marley corrected, squeezing my hand. I pressed record. So, tell me about the moment you realized your little sister was actually a successful travel blogger. Nash laughed. Oh, God. I was checking my stock portfolio in Barcelona when my boss texted asking if I needed financial advice from you. Talk about a wake-up call. For me, Marley added, it was earlier. Remember that restaurant in Rome? The owner knew you, and I finally started putting the pieces together. All those coincidences weren't coincidences at all. Mom appeared in frame with a steaming lasagna. I knew long before either of you. I'd been secretly following her blog for months. Mom! We all turned to stare at her. She shrugged, setting down the dish. What? You think I didn't Google my own daughter? I just figured she'd tell us when she was ready. Why didn't you say anything? I asked, momentarily forgetting I was supposed to be behind the camera. Sometimes mothers have to let their children fight their own battles, she said wisely, even when we see them making mistakes. Speaking of mistakes, Nash leaned forward, can we talk about how spectacularly I failed as a big brother? We both did, Marley agreed. We were so busy being successful in our own lanes, we couldn't see you building something incredible in yours. I swallowed hard, keeping the camera steady. And I was so busy proving you wrong, I forgot about proving myself right. The comments on your new blog post are insane. Nash pulled out his phone. Listen to this one. Finally, an influencer telling the real story about family, success, and redemption. No filters, just truth. The brands are coming back too, Marley added. Turns out authenticity sells better than revenge. Mom started serving the lasagna, the same recipe she'd made the night I first mentioned the European trip. You know what I love most about this new series? You're all working on it together. She was right. After my TV confession, something had shifted. Marley had offered her legal expertise for my contracts. Nash had started helping with my investment strategy, and I was teaching them both about social media, watching them discover a world they'd dismissed for so long. Okay, final question, I said, adjusting the frame to include all of us. What would you tell other families dealing with doubt and different definitions of success? Look closer, Nash said immediately. That thing you think is just your sister's hobby might be the next big thing. Support each other, Marley added. Success doesn't look the same for everyone. Mom smiled, passing the garlic bread. And remember that family is more important than followers. I set the camera to auto record and joined them at the table. You know, this isn't the ending I planned for my viral series. It's better, Marley said. It's real. Speaking of real, Nash pulled an envelope from his jacket. We have something for you. inside was a printed itinerary. I recognized the format. It was from my favorite luxury hotel chain. "What's this?" "We're taking you on vacation," Marley explained. "All of us, no hidden agendas, no secret blog posts, just family." "But," I stared at the booking. "This is expensive." "Well," Nash grinned, "turns out when your sister is a famous influencer, you can get pretty good deals." "Plus," Marley added, "we've been saving up. Time to invest in what really matters." Mom raised her wine glass. "To new beginnings?" We clinked glasses, and I didn't even reach for my camera to capture the moment. Some things were better lived than documented. "Oh," Nash suddenly remembered something. "Tell her about the call you got this morning, Marley." My sister grinned. "Netflix wants to option your story. They think it could make an interesting documentary about social media, family dynamics, and redemption." "What did you tell them?" "I told them they'd have to talk to my sister's legal team." "That's me, by the way. I'm your legal team now." "And I'll handle the financial negotiations," Nash added. I looked around the table at my family, really looked at them. No camera lens, no filter, no agenda, just us, together, finally seeing each other clearly. "So," Mom passed the salad, "where are we going on this family vacation?" "Actually," I smiled, "I have some ideas about that. But this time, we'll plan it together." The camera kept rolling, capturing our laughter, our plans, our reconciliation. But the real story, the one that mattered most, was happening off-screen, around a simple kitchen table, over Mom's lasagna, and endless possibilities. I should have known something was wrong when I saw my sister's smirk. The same smirk she'd worn since we were kids, right before she'd take something that belonged to me. My name is Mila, and this was supposed to be my perfect 28th birthday celebration. The restaurant's private room buzzed with conversation and laughter. Crystal glasses clinked, and the warm glow of pendant lights cast everyone in a flattering light. Even my boyfriend Tucker seemed extra attentive, though he kept checking his phone every few minutes. "Speech! Speech!" My mother Kendra's voice rose above the chatter. She stood, wine glass in hand, her designer dress catching the light. "I want to thank everyone for coming to celebrate our beautiful Mila's birthday." I smiled, squeezing Tucker's hand under the table. He squeezed back, but something felt off. His palm was sweaty. "Actually," my sister Serenity's voice cut through the moment like a knife, "Tucker and I have an announcement to make." The room fell silent. I watched, frozen, as Serenity stood up, her perfectly manicured hand resting on Tucker's shoulder. He rose beside her, avoiding my gaze. "We're engaged." Serenity thrust out her left hand, where my grandmother's diamond ring, the one Tucker and I had discussed just last month, sparkled on her finger. The room erupted in confused murmurs. My father Devon's fork clattered against his plate. "What's going on here?" "Tucker and I have been in love for months," Serenity announced, her voice dripping with false sweetness. "We didn't want to hurt anyone, but we couldn't deny our feelings anymore." I sat there, my birthday cake untouched in front of me, as my world imploded in slow motion. "Mila," Tucker finally spoke, his voice strained. "I'm sorry. It just happened." "Just happened?" I found my voice, standing so quickly my chair scraped against the floor. "Things don't just happen, Tucker. You make choices." Vicente, our family friend and my father's business partner, stepped forward. "This is completely inappropriate. It's Mila's birthday, for God's sake." "Oh, please." Serenity rolled her eyes. "Mila always gets everything. The attention, the praise, Daddy's approval. Maybe it's time she learned she can't have it all." Our mother gasped. "Serenity, that's enough." But Serenity wasn't finished. She wrapped her arm around Tucker's waist, that familiar smirk playing on her lips. "Besides, Tucker and I make much more sense together. We're both ambitious, forward-thinking. Mila's always been content with mediocrity. The room fell dead silent. I could feel everyone's eyes on me, waiting for my reaction. My hands trembled, but I refused to give her the satisfaction of seeing me cry. You know what, Serenity? I met her gaze steadily. You're right about one thing. This makes perfect sense. You two deserve each other. I grabbed my purse and headed for the door, but turned back one last time. Oh, and Tucker, that ring you're so proud of giving her? Grandmother left it to me in her will. So technically, you just gave my sister stolen property. Tucker's face paled. Serenity's smirk faltered for the first time. Mila, wait! My father called after me, but I was already pushing through the restaurant's main doors into the cool night air. Vicente caught up with me in the parking lot. Let me drive you home. I'm fine, I insisted, fumbling with my car keys. You're shaking, he observed quietly. And you've had wine. Let me help. I relented, handing him my keys. As we drove in silence, my phone buzzed repeatedly with messages. Probably my parents, maybe even Tucker trying to explain. I turned it off. You handled that with incredible grace, Vicente said finally. I laughed bitterly. Grace? I just had my birthday ruined, my boyfriend stolen, and my sister. I trailed off, remembering something. Vicente, last week when you mentioned those discrepancies in the company accounts, was Serenity involved with those reports? He glanced at me sharply. Why do you ask? Because my sister just proved she's capable of anything. I stared out the window, watching the city lights blur past. And I think it's time someone looked closer at exactly what she's been up to. Vicente was quiet for a moment. The financial records are in my office. We could start there. For the first time that evening, I felt something other than hurt and humiliation. I felt purpose. Yes, I nodded slowly. We could start there. As Vicente pulled up to my apartment, I caught my reflection in the window. I didn't see a victim. I saw someone ready to fight back. Serenity might think she'd won tonight, but she'd forgotten one crucial thing about me. I always finish what I start, and this was just the beginning. The morning after my disaster of a birthday, I walked into my parents' house to collect the gifts I'd left behind. I hadn't expected anyone to be there, but I found my mother sitting at the kitchen island, staring into her coffee cup. Honey, she jumped up when she saw me. I've been calling you all night. My phone died, I lied, reaching for the stack of presents on the counter. We need to talk about what happened. She grabbed my arm gently. Your father and I had no idea about Tucker and Serenity. We're just as shocked as you are. Are you? I pulled away. Because Serenity's been pulling stunts like this since we were kids. Remember my prom date? My college graduation party? She always has to make everything about her. That's different, Mila. This is worse. I laughed. Yeah, it is. But you and Dad will probably forgive her anyway. You always do. The front door opened and Serenity's voice floated in. Mom, I brought breakfast. I turned to leave, but Serenity blocked the doorway, holding a bakery bag. She was wearing one of my old sweaters, one that had mysteriously disappeared from my closet months ago. Oh, Mila, she said, feigning surprise. I didn't expect to see you here. Nice sweater, I replied coldly. Looks familiar. She shrugged, that irritating smirk playing on her lips. Tucker always said it looked better on me anyway. Before I could respond, my father walked in. Girls, enough. We need to handle this like adults. Handle what? Serenity set down the bakery bag. Tucker and I are in love. Mila will get over it. Like you got over me being Dad's favorite? The words slipped out before I could stop them. Serenity's face darkened. At least I earned my position at the company, Everyone knows Dad only gave you that junior executive role because that's enough. Dad slammed his hand on the counter. Both of you sit down, now. We sat, glaring at each other across the kitchen island like we were teenagers again. Devin, Mom started, but Dad held up his hand. I just got off the phone with Vicente, he said, looking between us. He mentioned some concerning issues with the company's financial reports. I watched Serenity's face carefully. For a split second, her composure cracked. What kind of issues? I asked innocently. Nothing important, Serenity cut in quickly. Just some filing errors. Tucker and I already fixed them. Tucker? Dad frowned. Since when does Tucker have access to our financial records? He's been helping me streamline some processes, Serenity said smoothly. He has experience in corporate finance, remember? I remembered something else, Tucker's mysterious phone calls, his late nights at the office with Serenity. It all started making sense. Dad, I leaned forward, maybe we should have an external audit. Don't be ridiculous, Serenity snapped. We don't need outsiders poking around our family business. Besides, you barely understand how the finance department works. My phone buzzed. A text from Vicente. Found something. Meet me at the office ASAP. I stood up. You're right, Serenity. I don't understand finance like you do, but I understand loyalty and karma. Is that a threat? She stood too, her voice sharp. No, I smiled, channeling her own smirk. Just an observation. As I walked out, I heard her muttering to our parents about how unstable I was acting, but I caught Dad's troubled expression in the reflection of the window. For the first time, he looked uncertain about his perfect younger daughter. Outside, I bumped into Tucker getting out of his car. He was carrying flowers, probably for Serenity. Mila, wait, he called out. Can we talk? I turned slowly. About what? How long you've been sleeping with my sister? Or about the company's financial records you've been helping her with? His face paled. What are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. I stepped closer, lowering my voice. And so does Vicente. Tucker's hand tightened around the flowers, crushing their stems. You don't want to do this, Mila. Some things are better left alone. You should have thought about that before you gave my grandmother's ring to my sister. As I drove to meet Vicente, I replayed Tucker's reaction in my head. He wasn't just nervous, he was scared. And scared people make mistakes. My phone buzzed again. Vicente, bring your laptop. You're going to want to see these emails. I pressed the accelerator harder. Serenity might have taken my boyfriend and tried to humiliate me, but she'd made one crucial mistake. She'd left a paper trail, and I was about to follow it all the way to the truth. Vicente's office was a mess of papers when I arrived. He sat hunched over his computer, his usually pristine desk covered in financial statements and printed emails. Look at this, he said without looking up. 3 separate wire transfers to offshore accounts in the past 6 months, all authorized by Serenity, all just under the threshold that would require board approval. I leaned over his shoulder, scanning the numbers. That's over $500,000, and that's just what I found so far. He clicked through several emails. These communications between Serenity and Tucker go back almost a year. They were planning something long before they went public with their relationship. My stomach churned as I read their exchanges, the casual way they discussed the transfers, the inside jokes, the subtle references to keeping me in the dark. Wait, I pointed at the screen. Go back to that last email. Vicente scrolled up. There it was, an email from Tucker to Serenity. Once the merger goes through, we'll have full control. Em won't know what hit her. Neither will your dad. Merger? I frowned. What merger? Vicente pulled out a stack of documents. I found these in Serenity's office after hours. She's been negotiating with Stellar Corp to sell controlling interest in your family's company. The money she's been transferring, it's her golden parachute. She can't do that without Dad's approval, I said, but even as the words left my mouth, I remembered something. Unless? Unless she has power of attorney, Vicente finished, which your father gave her 3 months ago when he was in the hospital for his heart surgery. That was temporary. I grabbed the documents, scanning them frantically. It was only supposed to last during his recovery. The paperwork was never reversed. Vicente's voice was grim. Legally, she still has authority to make these decisions. I sank into a chair, my mind racing. Tucker's mother sits on Stellar Corp's board. That's why he got involved with Serenity, to facilitate the takeover. And to keep you distracted, Vicente added. They knew you'd eventually notice the discrepancies in the accounts. My phone buzzed. A text from Serenity. Stay away from the office. You're embarrassing yourself. She knows I'm here. I showed Vicente the message. Good. He started gathering the documents. Let her worry, but we need to move fast. The merger vote is scheduled for next week's board meeting. We need copies of everything, I said, pulling out my laptop, and we need to find out who else is involved. For the next few hours, we dug deeper. Every document we uncovered revealed more betrayal. Serenity hadn't just stolen my boyfriend, she was trying to steal our family's legacy. A knock at the door made us both jump. It was Sarah, Tucker's mother. I thought I might find you here, she said, closing the door behind her. We need to talk. Vicente moved protectively closer to his computer screen, but Sarah held up her hands. I'm not here to stop you, she said. I'm here to help. Tucker told me everything last night, about the merger, the offshore accounts, all of it. I've already resigned from Stellar Corp's board. Why? I asked suspiciously. Because what they're doing is wrong, she said simply. And because I raised my son better than this. Or at least I thought I did. She pulled out her phone, showing us emails between Tucker and Stellar Corp's CEO. They're planning to strip the company for parts once they have control. Hundreds of people will lose their jobs. My hands shook as I forwarded the emails to myself. Does my father know any of this? Serenity's kept him completely in the dark, Sarah replied. She's been intercepting his business correspondence, claiming she's protecting him from stress during his recovery. We have to tell him. I stood up, but Vicente caught my arm. Not yet, he cautioned. We need more proof, something concrete that Serenity can't talk her way out of. I might be able to help with that, Sarah said. Tucker keeps a detailed record of all their transactions on his personal laptop. He's not as clever as he thinks he is. I know his passwords. I looked at her carefully. Why are you really helping us? Because I've watched Serenity manipulate and scheme her way through life, just like her mother warned me she would. Her mother? I stared at her. You knew our mother before? Sarah's expression softened. Kendra isn't your biological mother, Mila. Your real mother was my best friend. She died when you were a baby, and your father married Kendra a year later. Serenity is your half-sister. The room spun slightly. Does Serenity know? Oh, she knows. Sarah's voice was hard. She's always known, and she's always resented you for it. I sat back down, my world shifting once again. But this time, instead of pain, I felt clarity. Finally, everything made sense. Serenity's lifelong jealousy, her need to take everything that was mine. Okay, I said, turning back to the computer. Let's finish this, all of it. The family dinner that night felt like sitting on a powder keg. Mom, no, Kendra, had insisted we all come together to sort things out. I arrived last, armed with a folder of evidence tucked into my bag and Sarah's revelations burning in my mind. Finally, Serenity said from her seat next to Tucker, we can start eating. Some of us have work tomorrow. Yes, I smiled tightly. Important wire transfers to arrange, I'm sure. Tucker's fork clattered against his plate. Dad cleared his throat. Girls, please, can we have one peaceful dinner? Of course, Daddy. Serenity's voice dripped honey. I actually have exciting news about the company. The board meeting next week. About that, I cut in, pulling out a document from my bag. Did you know Serenity still has your power of attorney, Dad? The table fell silent. Dad frowned. That was temporary during my recovery. The paperwork was never reversed. I slid the document across the table. Interesting timing, considering the upcoming merger vote. Serenity's face went white. You've been snooping through my office? Merger? Dad picked up the paper. What merger? It's nothing. Tucker jumped in. Just preliminary discussions. With Stellar Corp, I finished. Where your former mother sits on the board, or did, until she resigned today. Tucker's head snapped up. What? Mila, stop this, Kendra pleaded. You're just upset about Tucker and Serenity's engagement. Am I? I pulled out more papers. These offshore account transfers say differently. $500,000, Serenity. Where's the money going? That's confidential company business. Serenity snapped, but her hands were shaking. Devin. Kendra touched Dad's arm. Maybe we should discuss this in private. No, I stood up. No more privacy, no more secrets, like the secret that Kendra isn't my real mother. The room exploded. Dad dropped the papers. Kendra burst into tears. Tucker looked like he wanted to disappear. How dare you? Serenity screamed, standing up. You always have to ruin everything. Me? I laughed incredulously. You've been sabotaging me my entire life because you couldn't handle that Dad loved another woman before your mother. Enough, Dad's voice thundered. He turned to Serenity. Is this merger deal true? It's what's best for the company, she said defensively. You're not thinking clearly since your surgery. Don't you dare. Dad's voice shook with anger. Don't you dare use my health as an excuse. Show me the transfer records, now. I can explain everything, Tucker started, but Dad cut him off. You, he pointed at Tucker, don't speak. I trusted you both with my company, with my family. Dad, I said quietly, there's more. The merger isn't just a takeover. They're planning to dismantle the company. Hundreds of people will lose their jobs. Serenity lunged for my bag, but I was faster. Papers scattered across the table. Emails, bank statements, merger documents. It's all there, I said. Every transaction, every email, every lie. You stupid bitch, Serenity hissed. You have no idea what you've done. Actually, I do. I pulled out my phone, showing her the screen. I've been recording this entire conversation, and I've already sent copies of everything to the SEC. The color drained from Tucker's face. The Securities and Exchange Commission? You can't? I can, and I did. I turned to Dad. I'm sorry you had to find out like this. About everything. Dad sat heavily in his chair, looking older than I'd ever seen him. Kendra, did you know about Serenity using the power of attorney? Kendra wouldn't meet his eyes. She said it was temporary, just until things were arranged. Arranged? Dad's voice was deadly quiet. My company, my employees, my family, all arranged behind my back? Serenity must have seen something change in Dad's expression because her voice turned desperate. Daddy, please. I was trying to protect you. The company needs new direction. The only direction you're concerned with is the one leading to your offshore accounts, I cut in. How long have you been planning this? Since Dad's surgery or since you started sleeping with my boyfriend? You never deserved Tucker, Serenity spat, or your position in the company. You're not even a real part of this family. That's where you're wrong. Dad stood up slowly. Mila is more my daughter right now than you've ever been. The doorbell rang, cutting through the tension. Through the dining room window, I could see Vicente getting out of his car, accompanied by two people in suits. That would be the SEC investigators, I said quietly. They have some questions about those wire transfers. Serenity grabbed her purse and ran for the back door, but Tucker caught her arm. Don't, he said, his voice breaking. It's over. For the first time in my life, I saw real fear in my sister's eyes, and I felt nothing but relief. The next morning, I sat in Vicente's office, watching the investigators box up files from Serenity's computer. The questioning had gone on until 3 a.m., and my head was still spinning from all the revelations. Miss Reynolds? One of the investigators approached. We found something you should see. He placed a laptop in front of me, Tucker's personal computer, courtesy of Sarah. These emails go back further than we thought, much further. I scrolled through the messages, my stomach dropping with each one. The earliest dated back 2 years, before Tucker and I had even started dating. He pursued you deliberately, Vicente said quietly, reading over my shoulder. They planned it all. Getting close to you was his way into the company. A knock at the door made us look up. Tucker stood there, looking haggard. Can we talk? Alone? The investigator nodded. 5 minutes. We'll be right outside. Once they left, Tucker sat across from me. I need you to understand that you never loved me. I kept my voice steady. That I was just part of your long con with my sister. It wasn't like that. He ran his hands through his hair. At first, yes, Serenity approached me at a business conference. She knew about my mother's position at Stellar Corp, knew I had experience in corporate takeovers. She offered me a percentage if I helped her gain control of the company. And dating me was part of the deal? Getting close to you meant access to company information. But Mila, he leaned forward, my feelings for you became real. I laughed bitterly. Real enough to sleep with my sister? Real enough to give her my grandmother's ring? Serenity had leverage over me. She threatened to expose my involvement if I didn't play along. The engagement announcement, that wasn't planned. She blindsided me too. Save it, I stood up. The SEC has everything they need. You're going to prison, Tucker, both of you. Unless you help me. His voice turned urgent. I can testify against Serenity, tell them everything, but I need you to speak on my behalf. Tell them I cooperated. You want me to help you? I stared at him incredulously. After everything? Think about it, he pressed. Serenity's the mastermind. She's the one who stole from the company. I'm just a willing accomplice, I finished. A liar? A thief? I still care about you, Mila. No, I said quietly. You care about saving yourself. There's a difference. The door opened and Sarah walked in. Tucker jumped up. Mom? Sit down, she said coldly. The investigators need your statement about the Cayman Islands accounts. Tucker's face crumpled. You told them about those? I told them everything. Sarah's voice shook. Including your involvement in the Maxwell scandal last year. Did you think I wouldn't find out about that too? I looked between them. What Maxwell scandal? Another company he helped destroy, Sarah said. Another family he betrayed. This isn't his first time, Mila. It's just the first time he got caught. Tucker slumped in his chair. Mom, please, don't. Sarah turned away. The investigators are ready for you now. As Tucker was let out, my phone buzzed with a text from Dad. Serenity's confessing. Come to the main office. Go, Vicente said. I'll handle things here. I found Dad in his office, looking exhausted. Through the glass walls, I could see Serenity sitting with two investigators, mascara streaking her face as she talked. She's telling them everything, Dad said. The merger plan, the stolen funds, all of it. She claims it was revenge. Revenge for what? for loving you more. He turned to me, for giving you opportunities she felt she deserved, for keeping the truth about your mother from her. Did you? I asked. Love me more? I loved you differently, he said carefully. Your mother, your real mother, she was the love of my life. When she died, a part of me died too. Kendra helped me survive that, helped me raise you. But Serenity, she always knew she was living in the shadow of a ghost. Through the glass, Serenity looked up and met my eyes. For a moment, I saw something there, not hatred or anger, but a deep, consuming sadness. She's going to prison, isn't she? I asked quietly. Dad nodded. The evidence is overwhelming. Tucker, too, probably. The SEC is already talking to prosecutors. My phone buzzed again. A message from Vicente. Tucker's singing like a bird. You need to see his full confession. Dad? I touched his arm. There's more to come out. Are you ready for that? He smiled sadly. I'm ready for the truth. All of it. No more secrets in this family. I looked back at Serenity, still talking to the investigators. She'd taken everything from me, my boyfriend, my trust, nearly our family's company. But in the end, she'd lost everything too. And somehow, that didn't feel like victory at all. The board meeting room was packed. Every seat was filled, and people stood along the walls. News of the scandal had spread fast, and everyone wanted answers. I sat between Vicente and Dad, watching as our company's attorneys laid out the evidence. The total amount diverted to offshore accounts exceeds $800,000, the lead attorney announced, clicking through his presentation. Additionally, we've uncovered evidence of insider trading, corporate espionage, and attempted fraud related to the proposed Stellar Corp merger. Murmurs rippled through the room. I noticed several board members shooting accusatory glances at each other. Ms. Reynolds, one of the senior board members, addressed me directly. You were the one who uncovered this conspiracy. Why didn't you come forward sooner? Because, I stood up, my voice steady, I needed to understand the full scope of the deception. This wasn't just about stolen money. It was about betraying everything this company stands for. The door opened, and Sarah walked in with a USB drive. I have Tucker's full confession, she announced, including details about other board members who were involved. The room erupted. 3 board members immediately stood up and headed for the door, but security blocked their exit. Sit down, Dad's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone stays until we get to the truth. Sarah plugged in the drive, and Tucker's face appeared on the screen. He looked terrible, his usual polished appearance gone. The plan started 2 years ago. His recorded confession began. Serenity approached me after learning about Stellar Corp's interest in acquiring the company. She knew they wanted to break it up and sell off the pieces. Board members Marcus, Janet, and Philip were already on board. The 3 who had tried to leave sank back into their chairs, faces pale. We orchestrated the entire thing, Tucker continued. My relationship with Mila was meant to be a distraction. The power of attorney during Mr. Reynolds' surgery was our opportunity. Serenity had been embezzling funds as a safety net, but the real money would come from the merger. I watched the board members' reactions. Some looked shocked, others guilty, and a few seemed oddly satisfied, like they'd suspected something all along. What they didn't count on, Vicente stood up, was that some of us were watching. We've been gathering evidence for months. The SEC now has everything. This is outrageous, Marcus sputtered. You can't prove. Actually, Sarah interrupted. We can. Tucker provided bank records showing payments to all 3 of you. The SEC is very interested in those transactions. The room fell silent as the implications sank in. Years of trust, decades of business relationships, all destroyed by greed and deception. There's one more thing, I said, pulling out a final document. The merger vote was scheduled for today. Instead, I'm proposing something different. I handed copies to each board member. A restructuring plan, one that protects our employees, maintains our company's integrity, and implements new oversight measures to prevent anything like this from happening again. You don't have the authority, Janet began. Actually, she does, Dad cut in. As of this morning, Mila is our new chief operating officer, and I trust her judgment more than ever. The vote was quick and decisive, with 3 board members facing criminal charges and the others eager to distance themselves from the scandal. My proposal passed unanimously. As the room cleared out, Vicente touched my arm. "There's someone here to see you." In the hallway, Serenity stood between 2 federal agents. She'd been allowed to come to the meeting before being taken into custody. "Can we have a moment?" I asked the agents. They nodded, stepping back but keeping watch. "Congratulations," Serenity said quietly. "You won. You got everything you wanted." "This isn't about winning," I replied. "It's about doing what's right." "Right?" She laughed bitterly. "Was it right for Dad to hide the truth about your mother all these years? Was it right for him to always put you first?" "He didn't put me first. He put the company first. You're the one who made it personal." She looked away. "I found letters, between Dad and your mother, the way he wrote about her. He never loved my mother that way, never loved me that way. So you tried to destroy everything he built?" "I tried to take what I deserved," she whispered. "But I failed, just like I failed at everything else." The agent stepped forward. It was time. "Serenity," I called as they led her away. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry you felt so unloved that you had to do this." She paused, looking back with tears in her eyes. "For what it's worth, I'm sorry too, for everything." I watched them lead her away, feeling the weight of the past few days, the past few years really, finally starting to lift. "Ready to get to work?" Vicente asked, holding the door to our offices open. I nodded, straightening my shoulders. "More than ready. We have a company to rebuild." 6 months later, I stood in the courtroom, watching as Tucker and Serenity received their sentences. The judge's voice echoed through the silent room. "Mr. Tucker Watson, this court sentences you to 5 years in federal prison for conspiracy, fraud, and securities violations." Tucker's mother, Sarah, sat stoically in the front row as her son was led away in handcuffs. He didn't look back. "Ms. Serenity Reynolds," the judge continued, "taking into account your cooperation with investigators and your guilty plea, this court sentences you to 3 years in federal prison, followed by 5 years of supervised release." Serenity turned to look at us before they took her away. Dad reached for my hand, squeezing it tight. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. "Mr. Reynolds, how does it feel knowing your own daughter tried to destroy your company? Ms. Reynolds, what's next for the company after this scandal?" Vicente appeared, helping us push through the crowd. "No comments today. Please refer to our official statement." We escaped to a nearby cafe, where Kendra waited. The past months had aged her, but she sat straighter now, unburdened by secrets. "It's done," Dad said, sliding into the booth. "All of it." "Not quite." I pulled out an envelope. "The DNA results came today. I thought we should all be here." After learning about my biological mother, I decided to confirm everything through testing. The envelope had been sitting unopened on my desk all morning. "Are you sure you want to know?" Kendra asked softly. "I need to," I replied. "No more questions, no more doubts." I opened the envelope with trembling fingers. The results confirmed everything. Dad was my father, but Kendra wasn't my biological mother. Science proving what secrets and lies had hidden for so long. "I have something for you." Dad reached into his briefcase. "I should have given you these years ago." He handed me a bundle of letters, tied with a faded ribbon. "These were from your mother, Elizabeth. She wrote them to you before she died. one for every birthday until you turn 21. I remember those letters, Kendra said quietly. You used to read them every night. Dad nodded. Until Serenity found them when she was 12. She was so angry, so hurt. That's when everything started to change. Why didn't you tell me the truth? I asked, touching the letters gently. Because I was a coward, he admitted. Because Kendra had been such a wonderful mother to you, and I didn't want to hurt either of you. I thought I was protecting everyone, but instead, the secrets poisoned everything, Kendra finished. Vicente, who had been quietly listening, spoke up. The company press release goes out tomorrow. We're announcing the new board structure and the employee protection plan. People are calling it a model of corporate reformation. Thanks to you, Dad smiled at me. You didn't just save the company, Mila. You made it better. My phone buzzed. A message from Sarah. Tucker's being transferred tonight. He asked to see you. No, I said firmly, showing them the message. Some chapters need to stay closed. Speaking of closed chapters, Vicente pulled out a small box. This was recovered from evidence. Inside was my grandmother's ring, the one Tucker had given Serenity. It sparkled under the cafe lights, beautiful but somehow tainted by everything that had happened. What should I do with it? I asked. Start fresh, Kendra suggested. Sell it, donate it, whatever feels right. Sometimes letting go is the strongest thing you can do. I closed the box. I think I know exactly what to do with it. Later that afternoon, I visited the children's hospital where my biological mother had worked as a nurse. The ring would fund a new pediatric program in her name, something good coming from all the pain. As I left the hospital, I checked my messages, one from Serenity, sent through her lawyer. I found my own letters today, the ones I wrote to Mom after she died, angry about you, about Dad, about everything. I finally understand. I wasn't fighting you. I was fighting myself. I'm sorry it took losing everything to see that. I sat in my car, reading the message again. The anger I'd carried for so long felt lighter somehow, transformed into something closer to understanding. Not forgiveness, not yet, but maybe someday. My phone rang, Vicente calling about tomorrow's board meeting. Time to get back to work, to continue rebuilding what had been broken. But this time, we'd build it on truth, not secrets, on strength, not fear. As I drove back to the office, I thought about the letters waiting at home. 21 birthday messages from a mother I barely remembered, but whose love had somehow helped shape me into someone strong enough to face all of this. Sometimes the greatest acts of love are the ones we don't understand until years later, and sometimes the hardest battles we fight lead us exactly where we need to be. The autumn breeze rustled through the cemetery as I placed fresh flowers on my biological mother Elizabeth's grave. I'd made it a weekly ritual since learning the truth, finding comfort in these quiet moments. I thought I'd find you here, Sarah's voice came from behind me. The hospital called. The Elizabeth Memorial Pediatric Wing opens next week. I stood, brushing grass from my knees. Will you come to the opening? Of course. She touched the headstone gently. Elizabeth would have loved what you've done with the company, you know. She always believed in fixing things, not destroying them. My phone buzzed. A text from Vicente. Emergency board meeting. You need to see this. At the office, I found Dad and Vicente in heated discussion with our lawyers. A familiar face smiled from the conference room screen, Tucker, looking gaunt in his prison jumpsuit. What's going on? Your ex-boyfriend here, Vicente gestured to the screen, just offered us something interesting. I found more evidence, Tucker said, about other companies, other takeover attempts, names, dates, offshore accounts. Everything. Dad leaned forward. In exchange for what? A reduced sentence, Tucker's lawyer spoke up. And immunity from prosecution in those other cases. I studied Tucker's face. Why now? Because Serenity was right about one thing. Karma catches up eventually. I can't undo what I did to you, Mila, but I can try to make things right. By turning on your other victims? I shook my head. That's not making things right. That's just saving yourself again. Take the deal. Sarah stepped into view of the camera. Tucker's eyes widened at the sight of his mother. Take it, and then never contact this family again. After Tucker's image disappeared, Vicente spread out the new evidence. He's not lying. This goes way beyond what we uncovered. Multiple companies, millions in fraud. Handle it, I told our lawyers. Make sure every victim knows the truth. Dad touched my arm. There's something else. Kendra's waiting in your office. I found her sitting with a familiar-looking bundle of letters. These came from Serenity's belongings, she said. She wanted you to have them. The letters were addressed to me, dated every year on my birthday, just like Elizabeth's letters, but these were from Serenity. I never sent them. Serenity had written in a note. I was too afraid of what they said about me, but you deserve to know who I really was, who I wanted to be. Have you read them? I asked Kendra. She shook her head. They're not my story to read. That evening, I sat in my apartment, surrounded by 3 sets of letters, Elizabeth's love, Serenity's pain, and my own journey written in the space between them. My phone lit up with a message from Vicente. Board approved the employee ownership program. Your mother's legacy lives on. A knock at my door revealed Dad holding takeout bags. Thought you might want company. We sat together, eating Chinese food like we used to when I was little. I've been thinking, he said, about Elizabeth, about Kendra, about all of it. I spent so long trying to protect everyone that I forgot the most important thing. What's that? That love isn't about protection. It's about truth, even when it hurts. I picked up one of Serenity's letters. Do you think she'll ever understand that? I think she already does. That's why she gave you those letters. My phone buzzed again, an email from the prison. Serenity had enrolled in a business ethics program. Small steps towards something like redemption. You know what Elizabeth used to say? Dad smiled, lost in memory. She said that family isn't who you're born to, it's who you choose to become because of them. I looked around my apartment, at the letters from 3 women who shaped my life in different ways, at my father who finally learned to speak his truth, at the company reports showing how we'd rebuilt something stronger from the ashes of betrayal. I choose this, I said quietly. All of it. The hard parts, the healing parts, everything in between. Dad raised his water glass. To choices, then, and to truth. To truth, I echoed, thinking of Elizabeth's letters waiting to be read, of Serenity's unspoken words finally finding their way home, of Tucker's evidence bringing justice to others, of Sarah's quiet strength, of Kendra's steadfast love. Sometimes family is what breaks you. Sometimes it's what puts you back together. And sometimes, if you're lucky, it's both. Teaching you that the cracks are where the light gets in. Showing you that even the deepest wounds can become doorways to something stronger, truer, and more beautiful than before. I picked up Elizabeth's next birthday letter, ready to read her words with new understanding, ready to let all these truths, the painful ones, the healing ones, the transformative ones, light the way forward. I always thought I was good at reading people until my sister's wedding day. That's when I realized I'd been reading all the wrong chapters in everyone's story, especially my own. My name is Destiny, and I'm what you'd call a professional peacekeeper, a conflict resolution specialist who somehow missed the atomic bomb ticking away in her own living room. The irony isn't lost on me. You're gonna wear that necklace to the rehearsal dinner? My sister Felicia's voice carried that familiar edge as she adjusted her designer dress in front of my bedroom mirror. Clay bought it for you last Christmas, didn't he? I touched the silver pendant at my throat, catching my reflection behind her. Yes, he did. Is there a problem? She turned, her perfectly made-up face sporting a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Oh, no problem. I just thought, never mind. She waved her hand dismissively, but I caught the gleam in her eye, the one that always preceded chaos in our family. Felicia, whatever you're planning for tomorrow. Planning? She laughed, the sound brittle as winter ice. I'm planning to marry Marco, remember? That's all there is to it. But I knew better. The way she kept checking her phone, the hushed conversations that stopped when I entered rooms, the meaningful glances between her and Clay, my husband of 8 years. I'd seen it all, filed it away like the countless mediation reports on my desk at work. Mom's worried about your speech, I said carefully, watching her reaction in the mirror. Mom's always worried about something. Felicia rolled her eyes. She thought I'd trip walking down the church aisle when I was 5 and carrying flowers at Cousin Sarah's wedding. She thought I'd fail college. She thought Marco was too good for me. She paused, meeting my eyes in the reflection. What do you think, Destiny? Is Marco too good for me? The loaded question hung in the air like smoke. Before I could answer, my phone buzzed. A text from Clay. Stuck at work. Don't wait up. Felicia glanced at my phone screen and smirked. Still working late, is he? He's finalizing a big contract, I replied automatically, the lie tasting bitter on my tongue. 3 months ago, I'd found the first message. 2 months ago, I'd seen the hotel receipt. 1 month ago, I'd started documenting everything. You know what your problem is, sis. Felicia turned to face me directly. You're too good at solving everyone else's problems. Maybe it's time you solved your own. A knock at the door saved me from responding. Mom poked her head in, her face creased with concern. Girls, dinner's ready. Uncle Pablo's here, and he's asking about the seating arrangement for tomorrow. Again? Felicia groaned. I swear this wedding is killing me. If only she knew what her wedding would actually kill. My marriage, her relationship with Marco, our family's carefully maintained facade of perfection. But tomorrow's script was already written, and Felicia had appointed herself director of this tragedy. At dinner, I watched her hold Marco's hand, laugh at his jokes, play the part of the blushing bride-to-be. My husband sat across from me, his phone conspicuously silent now, offering warm smiles to everyone at the table. Uncle Pablo, ever observant, kept glancing between us all with knowing eyes. A toast, Marco proposed, raising his glass. To my beautiful bride-to-be, and to all of you, the family I'm blessed to be joining. Everyone clinked glasses. I caught Felicia's eye across the table, saw the flash of guilt quickly masked by determination. She thought she was protecting me in her own twisted way. She thought exposing Clay's betrayal during her wedding speech would somehow make things right. What she didn't know was that I'd already made my decision weeks ago. The divorce papers were drafted, the separate account was opened, and my new apartment was leased. I'd learned from years of mediation that the best resolutions come from careful planning, not explosive revelations. Destiny? Clay's voice pulled me from my thoughts. You're quiet tonight. I smiled, the expression feeling foreign on my face. Just thinking about tomorrow. It's going to be quite memorable. Felicia's fork clattered against her plate. Mom shot her a warning look, but my sister was already standing. I need some air, she announced, hurrying from the room. Marco moved to follow her, but I placed a hand on his arm. Let me, I said softly. Sister stuff. I found her in the garden, furiously typing on her phone. When she heard my footsteps, she quickly locked the screen. Whatever you're planning, I said quietly, remember that karma has a way of coming full circle. She looked up at me, moonlight catching the tears in her eyes. Sometimes karma needs a little push, don't you think? I left her there, knowing that tomorrow would change everything, but not in the way she planned. Because while Felicia was preparing to drop her bomb at the reception, she had no idea she was about to become collateral damage in her own explosion. Morning light filtered through the church windows as I helped Felicia into her wedding dress. Her hands trembled as I fastened each pearl button, though not from typical bride jitters. "You don't have to do this," I whispered, meeting her eyes in the mirror. "Actually, I do." She gripped her phone tightly. "Can you check if Marco's ready? I need to prepare something." I knew what that meant. More scheming, more plotting. As I left the bridal suite, I bumped into Clay in the hallway. He caught my arm to steady me, and I fought the urge to pull away. "Hey, beautiful," he smiled, straightening his best man's tie. "Everything okay with the bride?" "Shouldn't you know?" The words slipped out before I could stop them. His smile faltered. "What's that supposed to mean?" Before I could respond, Marco appeared, looking sharp in his tuxedo, but nervous. "Is Felicia all right? She's been acting strange all morning." "Pre-wedding nerves," I lied smoothly. "Nothing to worry about." "Destiny." Marco grabbed my hand, his eyes sincere. "Thank you for being here for both of us. You're like the sister I never had." The guilt in Clay's expression was almost imperceptible, but after 8 years of marriage, I caught it. I excused myself, claiming I needed to check on the flowers, but instead found myself in the church garden, remembering the moment 3 months ago that started it all. Clay's phone had buzzed during dinner. He'd turned it face down, but not before I glimpsed Felicia's name on the screen. Later that night, I'd checked his phone while he showered, something I'd never done before. The messages were innocent enough, but there was an undercurrent of intimacy that made my stomach turn. "There you are," Mom's voice startled me back to the present. "The photographer wants pre-ceremony shots. And have you seen your sister? She's locked herself in the bridal suite." I headed back inside, knocking on the heavy wooden door. "Felicia, it's me." She opened it a crack, mascara slightly smudged. "I need to tell you something." "Now?" "Yes, now." She pulled me inside, checking to make sure we were alone. "I need you to meet me in the church office right after the ceremony, before the reception. There's something you need to see first." "Whatever it is, just tell me now." She shook her head, wiping at her eyes. "I can't, but promise me you'll come. Promise me you'll listen." "Felicia, promise me." Her voice cracked with desperation. "Okay, I promise." I helped her fix her makeup, wondering if she knew I'd already seen everything. The texts, the photos, the hotel receipts. I'd been gathering evidence while she'd been planning her grand reveal. The ceremony began right on schedule. I stood in my maid of honor dress, watching Felicia walk down the aisle toward Marco. Clay stood beside him, the perfect best man, smiling at all the right moments. Uncle Pablo, sitting in the front row, caught my eye and gave me a knowing look. During the vows, I remembered my own wedding day. Clay had promised to love and cherish me forever. I'd believed him then. Now I wondered how many other promises he'd broken along the way. After the ceremony, I made my way to the church office as promised. Felicia was already there, still in her wedding dress, clutching a manila envelope. "Before you open this," she said, "I want you to know I'm doing this because I love you." "Are you?" I asked quietly. "Or is there another reason?" She flinched. "What do you mean?" "I've seen the way you look at Marco, the way you've always looked at him, even before he and I introduced you." "This isn't about Marco," she protested, but her face flushed. "Isn't it? You're in love with him, aren't you? But he fell for you instead of you falling for him. That must have hurt." "You don't understand anything." She thrust the envelope at me. "Just look at these. Then you'll understand why I have to do this." I took the envelope but didn't open it. "The reception starts in 20 minutes. Are you sure you want to go through with this?" Clay doesn't deserve you, she whispered. He never did. And Marco deserves you? She stepped back as if I'd slapped her. What are you saying? I'm saying that karma works in mysterious ways, little sister. I placed the unopened envelope on the desk. Let's get to the reception. You have a speech to give, don't you? She stared at me, realization slowly dawning in her eyes. For the first time, she looked afraid, not of what she was about to do, but of what I might already know. As we walked to the reception hall, I could feel the weight of secrets pressing down on both of us. Felicia thought she was about to blow up my marriage, but she had no idea she was sitting on a powder keg of her own making. The reception hall doors loomed before us, and I heard Marco's voice announcing the arrival of the bride and groom. Felicia squared her shoulders, ready to destroy everything. If only she knew she was about to destroy herself in the process. The reception hall buzzed with celebration as waiters circulated with champagne. I watched Clay work the room, stopping to chat with relatives, his charm turned up to maximum. The same charm that had once made me feel special now felt like sandpaper against my skin. Uncle Pablo slid into the seat next to me, his expression concerned. "You're wearing your mediator face," he observed, sipping his drink. "Am I that obvious?" "Only to those who know what to look for." He nodded toward Felicia, who was whispering something to Marco at the head table. "She's been checking her phone every 2 minutes. She's about to make a terrible mistake," I said quietly. "Aren't we all experts at those?" Pablo leaned closer. "Remember when you were 10 and Felicia broke Mom's favorite vase? You took the blame." "That was different." "Was it? You've been taking the blame for other people's mistakes your whole life, Destiny." He touched my arm gently. "Maybe it's time to let people face their own consequences." Before I could respond, Clay appeared at our table. "Mind if I borrow my wife for a dance?" Pablo's eyes hardened slightly, but he smiled. "She's all yours, for now." Clay led me to the dance floor as the band played a slow song. His hand on my waist felt foreign now, like a stranger's touch. "You've been quiet all day," he said, guiding me through the steps. "Have I? I thought I was being quite observant." I met his eyes. "For instance, I observed you checking your phone during the ceremony." His step faltered slightly. "Work stuff." "Really? Because I could have sworn I saw Felicia's name on your screen." The color drained from his face. "Destiny, don't." I pulled away slightly, keeping my voice low. "Not here, not now." "Please let me explain." "Room 412, I cut him off. "The Grand Hotel downtown, 3 weeks ago. Should I continue?" He stopped dancing completely, other couples moving around us like water around a rock. "How did you—" "I'm a conflict resolution specialist, Clay. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? That I wouldn't investigate?" "It's not what you think." The Riverside Cafe receipts, the late-night texts, the mysterious work meetings that never showed up on your company calendar. I smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "I have copies of everything." The music ended, and applause filled the hall. Clay grabbed my elbow, steering me toward a quiet corner. "Whatever Felicia told you." "Felicia hasn't told me anything," I interrupted. "She doesn't need to, but she's about to tell everyone else." His face went from pale to ashen. "What are you talking about?" "The maid of honor speech is coming up soon, and your girlfriend has quite a performance planned." "She's not my—" He stopped, running a hand through his hair. "This is insane. You can't let her—" "Let her?" I laughed softly. "Oh, honey, I'm not letting her do anything. I'm just going to watch while karma does its job." Mom appeared suddenly, clutching her phone. "Destiny, can you check on your sister? She's been in the bathroom for 20 minutes, and the speeches are supposed to start soon." I found Felicia in the bathroom, gripping the sink, her wedding dress bunched up around her. Her makeup was perfect, but her eyes were wild. Having second thoughts? I asked, letting the door swing shut behind me. I'm doing this for you, she insisted, but her voice shook. No, you're doing this for yourself. I moved to stand beside her. Because you've been in love with Marco since college, haven't you? Since before I introduced you to? She spun to face me. That's not. The thing about karma, Felicia, is that it always comes full circle. I pulled out my phone, scrolling to a saved message. Like this text you sent Marco last month. I've loved you since the day we met. Everything else has just been settling. The color drained from her face. How did you? Marco left his phone unlocked at Sunday dinner. I saw everything, including your deleted messages about how you only agreed to the wedding because you thought he'd eventually love you the way you loved him. You don't understand, she whispered. Actually, I do. You thought exposing Clay would somehow make you feel better about your own lies. But here's the thing about lies, little sister. They have a way of exposing themselves. A knock at the door made us both jump. 5 minutes to speeches, Mom called. Felicia gripped my arm. Please, Destiny, don't what? Tell the truth. Isn't that what you were planning to do? I gently removed her hand. It's time for both of us to stop protecting people who don't deserve it. I left her in the bathroom, her reflection fractured in the mirror like the pieces of truth she was about to scatter across the reception hall. As I walked back to the main room, I saw Clay watching me, his face a mask of barely contained panic. The DJ was announcing it was time for speeches. Marco beamed from the head table, completely unaware that his world was about to shatter from 2 different directions. Sometimes karma needs a little push, Felicia had said last night. She had no idea how right she was. The microphone squealed with feedback as Felicia took the stage, her white dress gleaming under the reception hall lights. Her hands trembled as she unfolded a piece of paper, but her voice was steady when she spoke. I'd like to thank everyone for being here today, she began, her eyes scanning the crowd. Especially my dear sister Destiny and her husband Clay, who introduced me to Marco. Clay shifted uncomfortably in his seat. I took a slow sip of champagne, watching him squirm. You know, it's funny how life works out, Felicia continued. How the people we trust the most can surprise us. How love can blind us to what's right in front of our faces. Marco beamed up at her, completely missing the edge in her voice. Uncle Pablo caught my eye from across the room, his expression grave. I have something I need to share. Felicia's voice cracked slightly. Something I've been holding on to for too long. Oh, God, Mom whispered beside me. What is she doing? Felicia reached into a hidden pocket in her dress and pulled out her phone. I've been struggling with how to handle this, but I believe the truth needs to come out. Clay stood abruptly, his chair scraping against the floor. I think we should toast the happy couple first. Sit down, Clay, I said quietly, but firmly enough that heads turned. Let her finish. He sank back into his chair, face ashen. I have here, Felicia's voice strengthened, evidence of a betrayal so deep it makes me sick. She unlocked her phone. Text messages, photos, hotel receipts. The room had gone completely silent. Marco's smile had frozen on his face. My dear brother-in-law. She turned to Clay. Would you like to explain these messages yourself, or should I read them aloud? Clay jumped up again. This is inappropriate. What's inappropriate? Felicia cut him off. Is sleeping with your best friend's fiancé. The gasp that went through the room was almost theatrical. Marco stood slowly, his face contorting in confusion. What are you talking about? He demanded. Felicia's hand shook as she held up her phone. June 15th, from Clay. I can't stop thinking about last night. June 28th. We need to be more careful. Destiny's getting suspicious. I stood up, my chair sliding back. Actually, Felicia, why don't you share the messages from May 3rd? She froze, her eyes widening. What? The ones you sent to Marco? I pulled out my own phone. Should I read them instead? Destiny, don't. Marco. I read clearly. I've been in love with you since college. Every day I'm with you feels like a lie because you don't love me the way I love you. The room erupted in murmurs. Marco's face drained of color as he turned to Felicia. What is she talking about? That's not, Felicia stammered. This isn't about that. No, I continued, my voice carrying across the suddenly silent room. This is about you trying to destroy my marriage to deflect from your own guilt. About you marrying a man you know doesn't love you the way you love him. Is this true? Marco asked, his voice hollow. Tears streamed down Felicia's face. I thought if we got married, you'd eventually feel the same way. And Clay? He turned to his best friend. The messages? Clay raised his hands. Marco, I can explain. Explain what? I interrupted. The hotel meetings? The late-night texts? The lies you both told while betraying the people who trusted you most? Mom stood up, swaying slightly. Destiny, please. No, Mom. No more keeping the peace. No more protecting people from their own choices. I turned to address the stunned crowd. My husband and my sister have been having an affair for months, and my sister married a man she's been obsessing over since before I introduced them, hoping he'd eventually love her back. The silence that followed was deafening. Felicia dropped the microphone, the thud echoing through the speakers. Marco stepped away from the head table, shaking his head in disbelief. All this time, he said quietly. Everything was a lie? Not everything, Felicia pleaded. My feelings for you were real. Real? He laughed bitterly. You've been sleeping with my best friend, and you never loved me, she shot back. Not really. I was just convenient, wasn't I? A replacement for... Enough! Uncle Pablo's voice cut through the chaos. He stood up, commanding the room's attention. I think we've all heard enough. Clay tried to reach for my arm. Destiny, please, let me explain. I stepped back, removing my wedding ring. I filed for divorce last week. The papers will be delivered to your office on Monday. The ring clattered as it hit his plate. Felicia stood frozen on the stage, her grand revenge plan lying in shambles around her designer heels. Marco was already walking toward the exit, his best man and new bride both watching him go with identical expressions of loss. Sometimes karma doesn't just need a push, I thought. Sometimes it needs an audience. The aftermath was exactly what you'd expect when a wedding reception turns into a reality show finale. Guests huddled in whispered clusters, while the catering staff awkwardly continued serving dinner that no one would eat. I need some air, I announced to no one in particular, heading for the garden terrace. The cool evening air hit my face as I pushed through the French doors. To my surprise, Marco was already there, loosening his bow tie with shaking hands. I should have known, he said without turning around. The way she always talked about our college days, even though we hadn't met then. Marco, did you know? He turned to face me. About Clay and her? I found out 3 months ago. I moved to stand beside him at the railing. The same week I discovered she'd been in love with you since before I introduced you two. He ran a hand through his hair. God, what a mess. I really thought she loved me. She does, I said softly. That's the tragedy of it. She loves you so much she destroyed everything trying to keep you. By sleeping with Clay? He laughed bitterly. That's a strange way of showing love. The door opened behind us, and Felicia stepped out, her mascara streaked down her cheeks. Marco, please, don't. He held up a hand. Just don't. I can explain everything, she pleaded. Clay and it wasn't what you think. What I think, Marco's voice was ice, is that my wife and my best friend betrayed me before we even said our vows. And what about you? She shot back, acting like I was the love of your life when really I was just second best. I stepped between them. Felicia, that's enough. No, it's not. She was crying now, mascara running freely. He never got over his college girlfriend. I was just convenient, someone who reminded him of her. Marco's face went white. That's not. Tell me I'm wrong, she challenged. Tell me you don't still have her photos on your phone. Tell me you don't compare every woman to her. At least I didn't sleep with someone else's husband. The doors burst open again, and Clay stumbled out. Marco, buddy, please. I'm not your buddy. Marco's hands clenched into fists. I'm not anything to you anymore. Clay took a step forward. It was a mistake. We were both drunk, and the punch happened so fast I barely saw it. One moment Clay was talking. The next he was sprawled on the terrace, blood trickling from his nose. Marco! I grabbed his arm before he could swing again. Stop! Why should I? He was shaking with rage. They deserve each other. Because violence won't undo what's done. I kept my voice calm, professional mediator mode kicking in. And you're better than this. Felicia moved to help Clay up, but he pushed her away. Don't touch me, he spat. This is all your fault. My fault? She laughed hysterically. You're the one who came to my apartment that night. You're the one who said you'd always had feelings for me. I felt Marco tense under my grip. When? He demanded. When did this start? The night after your engagement party, Clay admitted, holding his bleeding nose. She was upset, said she needed someone to talk to. Because I just agreed to marry a man who would never love me the way I loved him. Felicia finished. And you were there, telling me everything I wanted to hear. So you decided to hurt everyone? I asked quietly. Was that the plan? She turned to me, her wedding dress now stained with Clay's blood. I wanted to hurt them like they hurt me, like everyone always hurts me. And how's that working out for you? The garden fell silent except for the muffled music from inside. Mom appeared at the doors, took one look at the scene, and promptly closed them again. The marriage isn't legal yet, Marco said finally. We haven't signed the license. Felicia's face crumpled. Marco, please, don't contact me again, either of you. He straightened his jacket. I'll have my lawyer handle everything. He walked back inside, leaving Felicia and Clay standing awkwardly apart, neither willing to look at the other. You should get some ice for that nose, I told Clay, and pack your things. I want you out of the house by tomorrow. Destiny, he reached for me. We can work this out. No, we can't, I stepped back, because I deserve better than someone who sleeps with my sister, and you deserve whatever karma has in store for you. I turned to Felicia, who looked small and lost in her ruined wedding dress. You wanted the truth to come out? Well, congratulations, it's all out now. What am I supposed to do? She whispered. That's not my problem anymore. I headed for the doors. For once in my life, I'm done fixing other people's messes. Behind me, I heard Felicia start to sob, but I didn't turn around. Sometimes the kindest thing you can do for someone is let them face the consequences of their own actions, even if that someone is your sister. The week after the wedding disaster, I sat in my office staring at divorce papers when Uncle Pablo knocked on my door. You look like you could use this, he said, placing a coffee on my desk. Extra shot of espresso. I could use something stronger. I gestured to the chair across from me. Have you heard from Felicia? She's staying at your mom's. Hasn't left her old bedroom in days. He settled into the chair. Clay's been calling everyone. trying to get people to talk to you. I changed my number yesterday. I took a sip of coffee and hired a security company to change the locks. Smart girl. He leaned forward. But that's not why I'm here. I have a proposition for you. I raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. I'm expanding my consulting firm, opening a new branch focused on family mediation and conflict resolution. He smiled. I need someone to run it, someone who knows how to handle difficult situations with grace. Uncle Pablo, before you say no, hear me out. You're the best in the business, Destiny. And now that you're free from playing peacekeeper in your own family, imagine what you could do professionally. A knock interrupted us. Mom stood in the doorway, looking exhausted. I'm sorry to barge in, but Felicia's missing. I sighed. Define missing. She left a note saying she was going to fix everything. Mom's hands twisted together. She's not answering her phone, and her car is gone. Did you check the Grand Hotel? I asked, already knowing the answer. Why would she? Mom's eyes widened. Oh, God, you don't think... That's where she met Clay during their affair. I stood up, grabbing my keys. And knowing my sister, she's either there to confront him again or do something stupid. I'm coming with you, Uncle Pablo announced. The drive to the hotel was tense. Mom kept trying to call Felicia while Pablo made calls to his contacts at the hotel. I focused on navigating traffic, trying not to think about what my sister might do in her desperate state. We found her car in the hotel parking lot. Room 412, I told the front desk clerk. Has anyone checked in there today? The clerk typed something into her computer. Yes, about an hour ago. Mr. Shelton is... I was already heading for the elevators, Pablo and Mom hurrying behind me. The scene we walked into on the 4th floor stopped us cold. Felicia stood in the hallway, screaming at Clay through his hotel room door. You promised we'd be together, she yelled, pounding on the door. You said once everything was out in the open. That's enough. I grabbed her arm, spinning her around. What are you doing? She jerked away, mascara streaking her face. He told me he loved me. He said once you found out, we could stop hiding. The door opened and Clay appeared, looking disheveled. I never... Destiny? His face paled. What are you doing here? Apparently watching my sister make an even bigger fool of herself. I turned to Felicia. Is this what you wanted? To destroy everything and everyone around you? He loved me, she insisted. Tell her, Clay. Tell her what you said that night. Clay stepped into the hallway, keeping his distance. Felicia, we were both drunk and... Liar. She lunged at him, but Uncle Pablo caught her. You said I was special. I said what you wanted to hear. Clay cut her off. Because you were there, and you were willing, and I was weak. That's all it was. The silence that followed was deafening. Felicia sagged in Pablo's arms, all fight leaving her body. Oh, honey, Mom stepped forward. Let's get you home. I can't. Felicia's voice broke. I can't face Marco. I can't face anyone. Actually, I said quietly, you can and you will, because that's what adults do when they make mistakes. They face them. Clay moved toward me. Destiny, please. The divorce papers are being delivered to your office tomorrow. I met his eyes steadily. Sign them, Clay. It's the least you can do. What about us? He asked. 8 years of marriage, just gone? It was gone the moment you decided my sister was more important than our vows. I turned to Pablo. About that job offer? I accept. He smiled, still holding Felicia. Good, because I already had the paperwork drawn up. You're leaving? Mom asked, surprised. The branch is in Seattle. I straightened my shoulders. Fresh start, new city. No more family drama. But what about... Felicia started. What about you? I finished. For once, that's not my problem to solve. You made your choices, now live with them. As we walked toward the elevator, leaving Clay standing alone in the hallway, I felt lighter than I had in years. No more playing mediator in my own life. No more fixing other people's messes. Uncle Pablo squeezed my shoulder. You know what they say about karma? I smiled. That it comes full circle? No, he grinned. That sometimes it takes you exactly where you need to go. The elevator doors closed on my old life, and for the first time in forever, I was ready for whatever came next. 3 days before my move to Seattle, I found myself at Riverside Cafe, the place where Clay and I had our first date, and ironically, where he'd later meet Felicia for their secret rendezvous. I needed this final confrontation, this closure, before I could truly move forward. Clay arrived exactly on time, looking smaller somehow, less sure of himself. He slid into the booth across from me, his wedding ring conspicuously absent. You look good, he said, attempting a smile. I feel good. I pushed a manila envelope across the table. The signed divorce papers, your copy. He stared at the envelope without touching it. Is this really how we're ending things? You ended things when you started sleeping with my sister. I stirred my coffee. I'm just making it official. It wasn't like that. He leaned forward. She was vulnerable and, stop. I held up my hand. I didn't come here for explanations or excuses. I came here to tell you something important. The waitress approached, but one look at our faces sent her retreating. I've spent 8 years being the perfect wife, I continued. The family mediator, the one who smooths everything over and makes it all okay. But you know what I realized? He shook his head. I realized I'm really good at my job, at solving conflicts and helping people find resolution. But I was so busy fixing everyone else's problems, I forgot to fix my own. Destiny. Let me finish. I pulled out my phone, scrolling to a saved photo. Remember this? Our wedding day. You promised to love and cherish me forever. I believed you because I wanted to believe in forever. I did love you, he protested. No. I put the phone away. You loved the idea of me. The calm, collected wife who never made waves, who looked the other way when you started coming home late, who made excuses for you to our friends. He slumped in his seat. What do you want me to say? Nothing. I want you to listen. I leaned forward. I'm moving to Seattle next week, starting fresh, building something new, and I want you to know that I forgive you. His head snapped up. What? Not for your sake, I clarified. For mine, because holding on to this anger and betrayal isn't who I want to be anymore. What about Felicia? He asked quietly. That's between you two, and Marco, and whoever else gets caught in her drama. I stood up, dropping some cash on the table for my untouched coffee. I'm done being the family fixer. He grabbed my wrist as I turned to leave. Wait, there's something you should know. I pulled free. Unless it's about the divorce papers, Felicia's pregnant. The words hit me like a physical blow. I slowly sat back down. Is it mine? I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. She told me yesterday. Said she hasn't told anyone else yet. I laughed, the sound hollow even to my own ears. Of course she is. One final bomb to drop before I leave. What are you going to do? Me? Nothing. I stood up again. Like I said, not my problem anymore. But you might want to invest in a good lawyer. You're really just going to walk away? From all of us? I paused, looking around the cafe, where so much of my life had happened. You know what the hardest part of being a conflict resolution specialist is? Learning when to walk away from a conflict that can't be resolved. And that's what we are? Unresolvable? No. I smiled sadly. We're just finished. Good luck, Clay. I mean that. I walked out of the cafe into the bright afternoon sunlight. My phone buzzed. A text from Uncle Pablo. Seattle office is ready. Your new life awaits. Another text came through, this one from Felicia. I need to talk to you. It's important. I deleted it without responding. A third message popped up from Marco. Heard you're leaving town. Can we meet? There's something you should know. I typed back quickly. Some stories need to end for new ones to begin. Take care of yourself. As I drove home past the church where everything had fallen apart, past the hotel where secrets had been kept and revealed, I felt something shift inside me. The weight of being everyone's savior lifted from my shoulders. My phone rang, Mom's number flashing on the screen, probably calling about Felicia's news. I let it go to voicemail. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is stop trying to fix what's broken and focus on building something new instead. I pulled into my driveway, where moving boxes waited to be loaded. The for sale sign in my front yard caught the afternoon light, transforming it into something that looked less like an ending and more like a beginning. Seattle was waiting. A new office, new clients, new stories to help resolve. But this time on my terms. And for once, I wasn't looking back to see who I was leaving behind. The Seattle rain drummed against my office windows as I reviewed the day's last case file. A knock at the door made me look up to find Uncle Pablo, his hair damp from the weather. Surprise, he grinned. Thought I'd check on my star employee. You flew across the country to check on me? I raised an eyebrow. Actually, he settled into a chair. I came to deliver some news in person, and to see how you're handling the latest family drama from afar. I closed the file. You mean Felicia's baby? Babies, he corrected. Twins. The DNA test results came back yesterday. And? Not Clay's. He watched my reaction carefully. Marco's. I let out a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Does he know? Found out this morning. Pablo paused, choosing his words. Processing. My phone buzzed. A text from Mom. Please call your sister. She needs you. I showed Pablo the message. Some things never change. But you have, he noted. The old Destiny would have already been on a plane home. The old Destiny would have tried to fix everything. I turned to the window, watching rain trace patterns on the glass. How's Clay taking the news? Relieved, I imagine. He's leaving town. Took a job in Chicago. A knock interrupted us. My assistant poked her head in. Sorry to interrupt, but there's someone here to see you. Says it's important. Marco stepped into my office, looking both exhausted and determined. I'll give you two some privacy, Pablo said, standing. He squeezed my shoulder as he passed. Remember what I said about karma? After he left, Marco and I stared at each other in silence. You look good, he finally said. Seattle agrees with you. Marco, I'm not here to complicate things, he interrupted. I needed to tell you something face to face. I gestured to the chair Pablo had vacated. About the babies? He sat heavily. You knew? Pablo just told me. I studied his face. What are you gonna do? That's why I'm here. He leaned forward. I'm keeping them, the babies. I'm gonna raise them myself. What about Felicia? He sighed. She's not well. After you left, she spiraled. She's checking into a treatment center tomorrow. Postpartum depression, anxiety, other issues that probably should have been addressed years ago. I absorbed this information, feeling an old, familiar pull to fix things. And you came here because you're the only person who ever told me the truth, even when it hurt. He met my eyes. I need your advice, not as a mediator or a sister-in-law, but as someone who knows what it's like to choose yourself over family obligations. You're afraid, I realized. Afraid you'll mess this up like everything else. He nodded. Two babies' destiny. Two little lives depending on me to get it right. I stood up and walked to my credenza, pulling out 2 coffee mugs and a hidden bottle of whiskey. Want to know what I've learned since moving here? He accepted the offered drink. Tell me that sometimes the worst things that happen to us lead us exactly where we need to be. I sat on the edge of my desk. That karma isn't about punishment, it's about balance. And what's the balance here? I get 2 babies I never planned for, and Felicia gets, what? Institutionalized? She gets help, I corrected. Finally, and you get a chance to be the father you always wanted to be. He took a long sip. Will you help? Not fix everything, just be there? As an aunt? On one condition. I held up a finger. No more drama, no more secrets, just honest communication and boundaries. Deal. He smiled, the first real smile I'd seen from him since the wedding. You know, you're really good at this whole advice thing. I should be. It's what I do for a living. I raised my glass. To new beginnings? To karma, he countered, and to the sister who was strong enough to walk away and smart enough to show us all how to stand on our own. After Marco left, I stood at my window watching the rain. My phone buzzed again. Another text from Felicia. I'm getting help. Finally. I'm sorry for everything. For the first time in months, I typed back. Good. Take care of yourself. The babies will need their mother healthy. The response came quickly. Will you ever forgive me? I thought about karma, about balance, about the way life has of sorting itself out if we just get out of its way. Already have, I replied. Now focus on forgiving yourself. The Seattle skyline glittered through the rain, and I smiled, thinking about how sometimes you have to leave everything behind to find exactly where you belong, not running away, but running toward something better, not fixing others, but fixing yourself, not ending a story, but starting a new chapter. And this time, I was writing it on my own terms.
The notification pinged, bright and demanding on my phone screen. Mia. Maddie, SOS! The florist for the pre-wedding brunch needs a deposit like yesterday. It's only $800. Can you handle it? You're a lifesaver. XOXO. I stared at the message, the XOLO feeling less like affection and more like the signature on a particularly cheeky invoice. Another Saturday. Another dip into the Madeline Fund. My name is Madeline, and for as long as I can remember, I've been the responsible one, the one who quietly picked up the pieces, and let's be honest, the one who paid for pretty much everything. I'd worked my tail off since I graduated, built a career I was proud of, a life that should have been my own. Instead, it felt like I was the primary shareholder in Sullivan Family Inc., except I owned no shares and held all the liability. It started small, I guess. Back in high school, Mia needed the designer prom dress. Mum would sigh, "Oh, Madeline, you know how she is." It would just break her heart to go in something less. So my part-time job savings went to Mia's Cinderella moment. I wore a dress my cousin Layla lent me. No one noticed. Then came college. I got scholarships, worked 2 jobs, and ate ramen noodles more times than I care to admit. Mia, on the other hand, needed the out-of-state university experience, the one with the sorority house that looked like a mansion and a meal plan that apparently didn't cover her daily artisanal coffee habit or weekend shopping sprees. "She's just trying to fit in, darling," Mum would coo over the phone. "Could you spot her a little something? We're a bit tight this month." A little something usually had 3 zeros at the end, my little somethings for myself. They got shelved, indefinitely. That down payment I was saving for my own small condo, it magically transformed into the down payment for Mia's essential graduation car, a gleaming white SUV she promptly nicknamed Snowball. I was still taking the bus. And my parents, Laurel and Jacob, bless their hearts, they always seemed to be weathering some new financial storm. "The roof needs urgent repairs, Maddie," Dad would say, his voice heavy with worry. "We just don't know where the money will come from." It came from me, of course, my emergency fund, drained again. Later I'd see Mom's social media posts from a surprisingly sunny staycation that looked suspiciously like a beach resort. But I never said anything. What was the point? It would just be, "Oh, Madeline, don't be so dramatic. We needed a little break from all the stress." The worst part wasn't even the money, though God knows that was a constant ache. It was the expectation, the absolute, unwavering certainty in their eyes that of course Madeline would handle it. My achievements were just expected. My sacrifices, invisible. Mia would get a B on a paper, and there'd be a celebratory dinner. I'd get a promotion, and Mum would say, "That's nice, dear." Now about Mia's rent. Lately, the air had been thick with Mia's wedding. She was engaged to some guy who seemed nice enough, if a little overwhelmed by the Sullivan family whirlwind. The wedding chatter was constant, a glittering expensive cloud hovering over every family interaction, whispers of destination, designer gown, exclusive venue, and every time, all eyes would subtly shift to me. The unspoken question hung heavier than any chandelier. "So, Madeline, how are you planning to pay for all this?" I'd tried to set boundaries once, a few years ago. I'd gently suggested Mia get a part-time job to help with her car insurance. The fallout was nuclear. Mia wailed about how I was trying to ruin her social life. Mum accused me of being jealous and unsupportive. Dad just looked disappointed, muttering something about family sticking together. I caved, of course. The guilt was a well-honed weapon in their arsenal. I zelled Mia the $800 for the florist, my thumb hovering over the send button for a long moment. $800. That was a weekend trip I could have taken, a new course I could have enrolled in. Instead, it was for flowers that would wilt in a day, for a pre-wedding event I probably wouldn't even enjoy. A few hours later, just as I was trying to salvage what was left of my Saturday, my phone buzzed again. Mum. Her name flashed on the screen, and my stomach did a familiar little flip. "Madeline, darling!" Her voice was syrupy sweet, a tone that might always preceded a major withdrawal from the Bank of Madeline. "Good, you picked up. Listen, we need to have a family meeting about Mia's wedding. It's important." A knot of dread, cold and familiar, tightened in my chest. Here we go again. Only this time, something about her tone, the calculated casualness of it, felt different, bigger. And a tiny, weary voice in the back of my mind whispered, "I don't know how much more of this I can take." The family meeting was at Mom and Dad's house, the one I'd helped them secure the down payment for years ago. Mia was already there when I arrived, practically vibrating with excitement, a thick, glossy wedding magazine open on her lap. Mum was fussing with a tray of cookies, my favourite kind, a classic manipulation tactic. Dad was trying to look stern and paternal, but mostly just looked uncomfortable. "Madeline, good, you're here," Mom said a little too brightly. "Come sit, we have such exciting news." I sat on the edge of the armchair, the one with the slightly frayed armrest I'd always meant to offer to get reupholstered. The knot in my stomach was a full-blown fist now. Mia clapped her hands. "Okay, so we've basically finalised everything. It's going to be amazing." She launched into a breathless description. A boutique vineyard in wine country, a guest list of 200, a custom-designed gown that sounded like it cost more than my car, and a week-long celebration. I listened, a growing sense of unreality washing over me. This wasn't just a wedding, it was a royal coronation. Finally, Mia paused for breath, beaming. Mum took that as her cue. "And the best part, darling," she said, turning to me, her smile wide and expectant, "is that we've managed to get the preliminary budget down to just $100,000. Isn't that wonderful?" I blinked. $100,000? The words felt foreign in my mouth. "Yes," Mia chirped. "For everything. Flights, accommodation for the wedding party, the open bar, everything." Dad cleared his throat. "Now, Maddie, we know it's a lot, but this is Mia's dream, her one special day." I looked from one expectant face to another. They couldn't be serious. Mum, Dad, Mia, that's an incredible amount of money. Even for me, I struggled for the right words. That's not something I can just pull out of thin air. The atmosphere in the room shifted instantly. Mum's smile froze, then melted into a frown. "What do you mean, Madeline? Don't be difficult." "I'm not being difficult," I said, my voice rising slightly despite myself. "I'm being realistic. $100,000 is a huge commitment. I I don't have that kind of money readily available for a wedding. Mia's lower lip began to tremble. But you have to. It's all planned, the deposits. Some of them are non-refundable. We assumed naturally that you'd want to do this for your sister, Mom said, her voice taking on that sharp, accusatory edge I knew so well. After all we've done for you. All you've done for me? I wanted to scream. Or all I've done for you. But the years of ingrained deference kept the words locked in my throat. I want Mia to have a beautiful wedding, I said, trying to keep my tone even. But this is beyond what's reasonable. Maybe we can look at some other options? Scale things back a bit? Scale back, Mia shrieked, tears welling in her eyes. You want me to scale back my dream wedding because you're being cheap? I can't believe you, Madeline. You're so selfish. Selfish? The accusation stung, sharp and unfair. Mia, I've always supported you, but this is what family does, Laurel interjected, her voice rising. They support each other. Or have you forgotten that, with all your success? Has money made you so heartless that you can't even help your own sister have the wedding she deserves? It's not about being heartless, Mom, I pleaded. It's about being financially responsible. Jacob, who had been silent, finally spoke, his voice laced with disappointment. I must say, Madeline, I'm very disappointed in your attitude. Your mother and I have sacrificed a lot for you girls. A little gratitude wouldn't go amiss. Sacrificed. The irony was a bitter pill. I could feel the familiar burn behind my eyes, the sting of unshed tears, but anger was starting to bubble through the hurt. Hot, potent anger. I think, I said, standing up, my legs feeling a little shaky, that I need to leave. Running away, are we? Mom sneered. When things get a little tough, some successful woman you are, can't even handle a simple family discussion. You're ruining everything, Mia sobbed, burying her face in her hands. My dream is ruined. I walked out, their angry words, Mia's theatrical wails, echoing behind me. I got into my car, the engine roaring to life, like the fury building inside me. Devastated didn't even begin to cover it. Furious didn't either. It was a toxic cocktail of both, churning in my gut. How could they be so blind, so entitled, so cruel? I drove, not really knowing where I was going, just needing to put distance between myself and that house, that family. My phone buzzed in the cup holder. I glanced at it. A text message. From Mia. My heart sank. An apology? A moment of clarity? I pulled over and read it. Oh, and by the way, you're not a bridesmaid, silly. We need you on clean-up duty and running errands for my big day. Be a dear. The winky face emoji felt like a final twist of the knife. Clean-up duty. After demanding $100,000, they were demoting me to unpaid servant. That was it. Something inside me, something that had been bending and straining for years, finally snapped. Clean, hard, irrevocable. The winky face emoji. That damn winky face. It was the final, patronising pat on the head after a lifetime of being treated like an ATM with a heartbeat. Clean-up duty. To her big day. The audacity was breathtaking. I sat in my car, the engine idling, and reread the text. Then again. Each word, each pixel of that smug emoji chipped away at the devastation, replacing it with something colder, harder, resolve. I drove home, not in a blind rage, but with a chilling clarity. The years of resentment, the constant erosion of my self-worth, the endless financial drain, it all coalesced into a single, unshakable thought. No more. The next few days were a blur of focused activity. I didn't cry. I didn't rage. I acted. My apartment, usually a haven of calm, became a war room. I pulled out old banker's boxes from the back of my closet, boxes I hadn't looked at in years. Inside, a meticulously kept, if painful, history of my family's reliance on me. Bank statements going back over a decade, highlighted withdrawals with notes like Mia, tuition instalment, Mom and Dad, emergency loan, again. Printed emails with subject lines like urgent help needed, or just a little something for Mia's birthday trip. Receipts for designer handbags I'd bought Mia for Christmases and birthdays because Mum insisted it's what all her friends are getting. Copies of loan agreements I'd co-signed for Mia's first apartment, her second car, After Snowball was totaled in an accident she claimed wasn't her fault, the down payment for their house, a wire transfer confirmation that still made my stomach clench. Each piece of paper was a fresh stab, a reminder of a sacrifice made, a boundary crossed, a need of my own deferred. The emergency roof repair for Mom and Dad that coincided with their anniversary cruise. The investment opportunity Dad roped me into that mysteriously vanished along with my money. Mia's endless stream of, "Can you just cover this month's rent, car payment, on credit card bill?" It was all there, a monument to my own enabling, yes, but also to their relentless, shameless exploitation. The more I unearthed, the colder my anger became, solidifying into something sharp and purposeful. I compiled it all. Spreadsheets itemizing dates, amounts and purposes. A digital folder bulging with scanned documents. It was a horrifying testament to how much I had given and how little I had ever received in return, not even basic respect. Then I started researching lawyers, not just any lawyer. I needed someone formidable, someone who wouldn't be swayed by sob stories or family drama, someone who understood contracts and, if necessary, how to break them. I found Sloane McCoy. Her website described her as specialising in complex financial disputes and contracts law. Her photo exuded a no-nonsense competence. I booked a consultation. Walking into her sleek, minimalist office felt like stepping into a different world, a world where logic and legal standing mattered more than emotional blackmail. Sloane was in her 40s, sharp-eyed, with an air of calm authority. She listened patiently as I laid it all out. The decades of financial support, the current demand for a $100,000 wedding, Mia's text message demoting me to clean-up duty. I presented my meticulously organised evidence, the spreadsheets, the copies of transfers, the emails. I didn't get emotional. I stated facts. When I finished, Sloane leaned back in her chair, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Miss Sullivan," she began, her voice even, "this is quite a history." "I know," I said, my voice flat. "I enabled it for too long. But this wedding demand and that text, that was the line." "Understandable," Sloane nodded. She picked up a summary sheet I'd prepared, her eyes scanning the figures. "You've been incredibly thorough. This documentation is excellent." She paused, then tapped a section detailing the initial wedding vendor deposits I'd already been pressured into making for Mia, the venue hold, the photographer's retainer. Things Mia had booked months ago, assuring me, "It's just to lock it in, Maddie. You can pay the rest later." Sloane looked up, her gaze direct. "You mentioned your family told you that you would be covering all wedding expenses, and these initial deposits were made under that premise, correct? And now they've presented you with a bill for $100,000, which you are refusing." "Correct," I confirmed. A glint appeared in Sloane's eyes. "Interesting. If these initial deposits were made under duress, or based on a significant misrepresentation of the overall financial expectation, their current demand certainly qualifies, then any contracts you entered into with these vendors could potentially be voided from your end. Or at the very least," she continued, a small, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips, "the liability for the full contract amounts could be legally shifted to the people who are actually having the wedding." A flicker, not of hope, but of grim, satisfying possibility lit up inside me, the first spark of a wildfire. Sloane's words hung in the air, a lifeline and a weapon, all in one. "Shifted?" I repeated, the implications starting to dawn. "Precisely," Sloane affirmed, her smile a little wider now. "If you made deposits based on their assurance that you were handling it, and now they've escalated that to an untenable demand, while simultaneously demoting your role, that's a material change. We can argue misrepresentation, undue influence. Essentially, they told the vendors you were the bank, got you to put skin in the game, and then tried to change the terms so drastically it became impossible. We can notify these vendors that your portion of the agreement is void due to these factors, and that all future financial obligations revert to the primary contracting parties, namely your sister and her fiancé, or your parents if they co-signed. The idea was audacious, it was ruthless, it was perfect. The next week was spent in a whirlwind of legal strategy. Sloane and I worked to craft an itemised invoice. Not just for the wedding, oh no. This was the invoice to end all invoices. Every significant sum I had ever loaned or gifted under duress. The down payment on their house, Mia's 4 years of out-of-state tuition, the full cost of Snowball and its successor, the endless string of smaller bailouts that, when added up, amounted to a staggering figure. Reliving each transaction was like picking at an old wound. I remembered the anxiety of transferring that house deposit, knowing it would deplete my savings to almost zero. I recalled the arguments, the guilt trips, the hollow promises of repayment that never materialised. It was emotionally draining, each line item a fresh wave of bitterness. But with each entry, my resolve hardened. This wasn't just about stopping the wedding extortion. It was about reclaiming years of my life, my resources, my self-respect. During this period, my family, blissfully unaware of the storm brewing, continued their wedding preparations with gusto. Mum would call, her voice dripping with false cheer. "Maddie, darling, Mia was wondering if you'd mind picking up the wedding favours. They're at that little boutique downtown, you know the one. Terribly expensive, but so worth it." I'd make a non-committal noise and change the subject. Mia sent texts with links to bridesmaid dresses for her other bridesmaids, of course, asking my opinion on colours. "Do you think blush or champagne for the girls, Maddie? And don't forget, you need to be there early on the day to help set up the reception hall before you get changed into your, well, whatever you're wearing for clean-up." I'd reply with a thumbs-up emoji, the irony not lost on me. Sloane, meanwhile, had her team do some discreet digging. "It appears," she informed me during one of our meetings, her tone dry, "that your parents have already informed several key vendors, the vineyard, the caterer, even the string quartet, that their successful daughter Madeline is delighted to be covering all expenses as a wedding gift. They've been leveraging your name and perceived wealth quite effectively." That just added fuel to the fire. They weren't just expecting me to pay, they were actively using my reputation to secure services they had no intention of paying for themselves. Then came the twist. I was sifting through a box of very old bank statements, looking for the exact date of the emergency roof repair funds I'd given Mum and Dad. I remembered that period vividly. I'd been saving for a professional development course, something that could have really boosted my career. But Dad had sounded so desperate on the phone, talking about leaks and potential structural damage. I'd wired them nearly $10,000, telling myself the course could wait. I ate instant noodles for a month to make up the shortfall in my own budget. And there it was. The transfer. $9,500. A week later, on Mom's social media archives, I'd had to go deep back to her old, rarely used accounts. I found it. A photo album titled Anniversary Getaway. Pictures of Mom, Dad, and Mia beaming on the deck of a cruise ship. Palm trees in the background, cocktails in hand. The date stamp on the photos was exactly 10 days after I'd sent the roof money. I stared at the screen, the cheerful vacation photos, a sickening contrast to my memory of cheap noodles and deferred dreams. There was no mention of a new roof, no pictures of diligent repairmen, just sun-drenched smiles bought with my sacrifice. Any lingering trace of doubt, any tiny misplaced flicker of familial obligation I might have still harboured, vaporised. It was replaced by a cold, clear certainty. They didn't deserve my help. They didn't deserve my consideration. They deserved consequences. A few days later, a thick, cream-coloured envelope arrived in my mailbox. Embossed, elegant, with Mia's and her fiancé's names intertwined in flowing script. The official wedding invitation. It was beautiful, a picture of blissful, ignorant joy. I held it in my hand, a small, cold smile playing on my lips. My RSVP, I thought, was almost ready, and it was going to be a showstopper. The official wedding invitation sat on my kitchen counter for a day, a pristine symbol of their oblivious entitlement. Every time I walked past it, that cold smile would return, my RSVP. It was going to be so much more than a simple yes or no. Sloane and I had finalised the package. It was a masterpiece of polite, professional devastation. First, the RSVP card itself. I'd found a suitably sarcastic one online, a drawing of a champagne flute shattering, with the pre-printed text, "Joyfully accepts my house. Regretfully declines." I ticked regretfully declines, and in my neatest handwriting added a little asterisk. At the bottom, I wrote, "Attendance contingent on prior financial reconciliation. See attached." Attached was the invoice. Page after page, meticulously itemized, dating back over a decade. The down payment for their house. Mia's tuition, her cars, her rent bailouts, the endless loans to mum and dad for everything from urgent bills to vague investment opportunities. The grand total, printed in bold at the bottom of the final page, was a figure that made even my own breath catch. It was astronomical. It was accurate. The final piece of the trifecta was the letter from Sloane McCoy, printed on her firm's heavy, expensive-looking letterhead. It was a marvel of legal precision and thinly veiled contempt. It formally stated that, effective immediately, all financial support from me to Laurel, Jacob and Mia was terminated. It referenced the enclosed invoice, demanding a proposed repayment plan within 30 days. And then, the kicker. It formally notified them that any and all wedding vendor deposits I had made were being contested and recalled due to significant misrepresentation, undue influence, and a material alteration of the agreed-upon terms, namely, their expectation that I would now fund a $100,000 wedding. The letter clearly stated that all contractual liabilities for the wedding, including any outstanding balances or cancellation fees, now rested squarely with them, Mia and her fiancé, and Laurel and Jacob as co-signatories or guarantors. I assembled 3 identical packages, one for Mum and Dad, one for Mia, and just for good measure, one for Mia's fiancé. I figured he deserved to know what kind of financial black hole he was marrying into. I sent them via certified mail, return receipt requested. The click of the postal clerk's stamp felt like the firing of a starting gun. Then I waited. The first few days were eerily quiet. The return receipts came back, signed. They had received the packages. The silence was unnerving, a coiled spring of anticipation. I half expected my phone to explode with furious calls, my doorbell to ring with outraged family members. Nothing. It was a deafening, unsettling void. I found myself checking my phone constantly, jumping at every notification. I tried to go about my life, work, gym, see friends. But the impending explosion loomed over everything. I felt a strange mix of trepidation. What if they actually tried to fight this, to drag it out, to make my life even more miserable? And an immense, profound relief. I had finally done it. I had stood up for myself, not with angry words in a heated argument, but with cold, hard facts and legal backing. Then, nearly a week after the packages had been delivered, my phone rang. It was Mum. Her caller ID photo, a smiling picture of her and Mia from last Christmas, a Christmas I'd largely funded, seemed to mock me. I let it ring for a moment, took a deep breath and answered, putting it on speaker as Sloane had advised. "Madeline, darling." Her voice was honey-sweet, laced with a carefully constructed confusion. The kind of voice she used when she was about to ask for something particularly outrageous and wanted to preempt any resistance. "Maddie, sweetie, are you there?" "I'm here, Mum," I said, keeping my voice neutral, calm. "Oh, good," she trilled. "Listen, darling, there seems to be some sort of dreadful misunderstanding. We received this very strange package from you, and from some lawyer." She gave a little nervous laugh. "It's all very confusing. That silly invoice, and all that talk about wedding contract, I'm sure it's just a big mix-up." I could almost hear her mentally rehearsing her lines, trying to gauge my reaction. "There's no misunderstanding, Mom," I said, my voice firm but quiet. "The letter from my lawyer, Ms. McCoy, is quite clear, as is the invoice." A pause. The honey was starting to curdle. "Now, Madeline, don't be difficult. This isn't funny. Mia is very upset. You know how sensitive she is, especially with the wedding so close." "My lawyer's contact information is on the letterhead," I stated, just as Sloane had coached me. "Any further discussion regarding this matter should be directed to her." "Your lawyer?" Mum's voice sharpened, the sweetness vanishing completely. "What on earth do you need a lawyer for, Madeline? We're family. This is a family matter. You can't just send lawyers after your own mother and father." "The documents speak for themselves," I repeated. "Please direct all future communications to Sloane McCoy." But the wedding deposits!" Her voice was rising now, a distinct note of panic creeping in. "You can't just take them back. The venue, the caterer, they're all booked. What are we supposed to do?" "That is no longer my concern," I said, and the words, though harsh, felt incredibly liberating. "Goodbye, Mum." I hung up before she could reply, my hand surprisingly steady. The first shot had been fired. The silence was broken. And I had a feeling the real fireworks were just about to begin. Mum's call was just the opening salvo. As Sloane had predicted, once the vendors started receiving official notifications from her office, polite but firm letters stating that my financial backing was withdrawn due to misrepresentation, and that all outstanding and future contractual obligations now fell to Mia, her fiancé, and Laurel and Jacob, the real chaos erupted. My phone started ringing off the hook, but not from my family. It was Sloane giving me updates. "The Vineyard called," she said one morning, a hint of amusement in her professional tone. "Apparently, they require the rather substantial remaining balance for the venue hire within 7 days, or they'll release the date." They seemed quite surprised to learn that Madeline, the generous benefactor, was no longer footing the bill. Then it was the caterer, a Michelin-nodded chef whose services Mia had insisted were non-negotiable. "They're demanding full payment for the agreed-upon menu for 200 guests immediately," Sloane reported. "And they're threatening legal action if it's not forthcoming. It seems your sister signed a rather ironclad contract." The wedding planner, a woman with a reputation for orchestrating fairy tale events, was next. She, it turned out, had also been told I was the financial guarantor. Her calls to my parents and Mia were apparently met with increasing panic and deflection. The voicemails started piling up on my phone, despite my clear instructions to direct all communication to Sloane. Laurel's messages were a roller coaster of emotion. First, screeching fury. "Madeline! How dare you do this to us? You are a cruel, ungrateful child. You're trying to destroy your sister's happiness." Then tearful pleas. "Maddie, please, darling, you can't mean this. Think of Mia. This will break her heart. We can talk about this, please. Just call me back." Jacob tried a different tactic. He left a blustering, angry message for Sloane, which he forwarded to me. An audio file attached to an email with the subject line, "For your amusement." Dad's voice, usually so mild, was full of impotent rage. "Ms. McCoy, I don't know what kind of lies my daughter has been telling you, but this is a family matter. You have no right to interfere. We demand you cease and desist immediately." Sloane's only comment in the email was, "He clearly doesn't understand what cease and desist actually means." Mia's contributions were mostly hysterical, tear-soaked voicemails left on my phone. "You've ruined everything, Madeline. Everything. This was supposed to be the happiest day of my life, and you've deliberately sabotaged it. I hate you. I hate you." I listened to them all, a strange detachment settling over me. The anger was still there, a cold, hard knot in my stomach, but it was overlaid with a chilling sense of vindication. This was the consequence. This was what happened when you push someone too far. News of the impending wedding disaster began to seep out into their social circle. Mum was a prominent figure in her local charity league, Dad had his golf buddies, and Mia had her gaggle of equally entitled friends. Whispers started. "Did you hear about Mia's wedding? Apparently there are issues." The carefully constructed facade of the perfect, affluent family was beginning to crack. Then came the fraud alert. I was at work, in the middle of a presentation, when my phone buzzed insistently in my pocket. I excused myself and checked it. A text from my bank. "Fraud alert. Did you attempt a transaction of £5,275 at Bridal Bliss Boutique? Reply yes or no." My blood ran cold for a second, then instantly hot. Bridal Bliss Boutique. That was where Mia was getting her ridiculously expensive custom gown. And the card. It had to be the old supplementary credit card. Years ago, I'd given Mia one for emergencies only when she first went to college. I'd long since forgotten about it, assuming it was lost or expired. But Sloane's team, in their initial sweep of my financials, had flagged it as a potential liability, and advised me to lock it down. I'd called the bank and had it frozen, but apparently not cancelled entirely. Mia, in a move of breathtaking stupidity and desperation, had tried to use it. I immediately replied no to the bank text. The transaction was declined. A grim, almost vicious satisfaction spread through me. She was that desperate, that foolish. I forwarded the bank alert to Sloane. Her reply was swift. Noted. We'll send a supplementary letter regarding attempted unauthorised access to frozen funds. Some people never learn. The final nail in the coffin came a few days later. Sloane called me. The wedding planner just contacted your parents and Mia, she said, her voice calm. She's given them an ultimatum. Full payment of all outstanding vendor balances. The current tally is just over $130,000 within 48 hours. If not, she will publicly cancel all services, inform all invited guests of the cancellation due to non-payment, and initiate legal proceedings for breach of contract and recovery of her own substantial fees and any penalties incurred from other vendors she contracted on their behalf. 48 hours. The clock was ticking. I pictured the panic, the recriminations, the sheer, unadulterated terror unfolding in that house. And for the first time in a very, very long time, I felt a flicker of something that might have been a smile. Not a happy one, but a deeply satisfied one. The 48-hour deadline passed in a blaze of silent anticipation on my end, and what I could only imagine was frantic, headless chicken panic on theirs. Unsurprisingly, they couldn't conjure over $100,000 out of thin air. The wedding planner, true to her word, brought the hammer down. Sloane kept me updated. The vineyard has officially cancelled their booking and is retaining the initial deposit as per their contract. The caterer is sending a demand letter for their full fee plus damages. The florist, the band, the photographer, they're all following suit. The wedding planner has formally terminated her services and is preparing to sue for her losses and breach of contract. It was a cascade of financial ruin, entirely of their own making. They tried, apparently, to salvage something. Frantic calls were made to cheaper venues, to friends who could cook, to anyone who might offer services for free or on a flimsy promise of future payment. But word travels fast in those circles. The story of the spectacularly imploded high society wedding, the one bankrolled by the generous older sister who had suddenly pulled the plug, was becoming the juiciest gossip of the season. No one wanted to touch them. Vendors were demanding cash up front, and cash was the one thing they no longer had access to, at least not from me. The grand implosion was swift and brutal. The dream wedding didn't just shrink, it vaporized, humiliatingly, publicly. Then on a rainy Tuesday evening, my apartment buzzer shrieked. I wasn't expecting anyone. I checked the intercom camera. My heart leaped, then settled into a cold, hard beat. Laurel, Jacob, Mia. Their faces were grim, rain-streaked and furious. I buzzed them up. Part of me knew this confrontation was inevitable. Part of me, perversely, welcomed it. Let them say their piece. I was ready. They practically stormed in when I opened the door, Mia pushing past me first, her face blotchy and swollen from crying. Laurel's expression was venomous, Jacob's a mixture of anger and pathetic bewilderment. "How could you?" Laurel hissed, her voice trembling with rage. "How could you do this to your own family, to your sister? You've ruined my life!" Mia shrieked, her voice cracking. This was supposed to be my one perfect day, my one day, and you destroyed it. Deliberately! Jacob just stood there, shaking his head. "Madeline, Madeline, after everything we've done for you." I leaned against the doorframe, my arms crossed. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't need to. "Done for me?" I asked, my tone dangerously quiet. "Or everything I've done for you?" "Don't you dare try to twist this," Laurel spat. "You're a vindictive, selfish brat. You always have been. Jealous of Mia, jealous of her happiness." "Jealous?" I let out a short, humourless laugh. "Oh, Mum, if you only knew. Let's talk about jealousy. Or better yet, let's talk about that emergency roof repair money. The $10,000 I gave you when I was eating instant noodles for a month. Remember that? Or were you too busy enjoying your anniversary cruise to notice?" The colour drained from Laurel's face. Jacob looked stunned. Mia just looked confused, then angrier. What? What cruise? Jacob stammered. The one you all went on, right after I sent you money for a roof that, miraculously, never seemed to get fixed, I said, my eyes locking onto Laurel's. The one you posted pictures of all over social media. Don't worry, I have copies. Laurel opened her mouth, then closed it again. For once, she seemed speechless. This isn't about a cruise, Mia screamed, stamping her foot like a petulant child. This is about my wedding, my life. You took that away from me. No, Mia, I said, my voice still calm, but with an edge of steel. I didn't take anything away from you. You, Mom, Dad, you did this to yourselves. For years, you've treated me like an endless supply of cash, a personal assistant, a doormat. You demanded $100,000 for a wedding, then told me I was on clean-up duty. You lied to vendors, using my name to secure services you had no intention of paying for. You even tried to fraudulently use my credit card. Their faces were a picture, shock, disbelief, and dawning, horrified understanding that I knew it all. This, I said, gesturing vaguely to encompass their ruined plans, their public humiliation, is a consequence. Is the bill finally coming, due for decades of greed and exploitation? You built a fantasy on my back, and when I finally refused to carry you anymore, it all came crashing down. That's not my fault. That's yours. Laurel found her voice again, raw and shaking. You will regret this, Madeline. You'll end up alone, with no one, just your precious money. I'd rather be alone with my money and my self-respect, I replied evenly, than broken disrespected in your company. The argument escalated. Mia started sobbing hysterically, collapsing onto my sofa. Laurel was screaming now, incoherent accusations and insults. Jacob was trying to placate her, looking utterly defeated. It was ugly, raw, and pathetic. Finally, when Laurel started throwing around names of distant relatives she was going to call to tell them what a monster I was, I'd had enough. I picked up my phone. Building security, please. My apartment. There are some disruptive individuals who are refusing to leave. Their faces when they heard me on the phone were priceless. The fight drained out of them, replaced by a stunned, impotent fury. Security arrived quickly. 2 large, impassive men. They didn't need much convincing. My family's tirade had been audible down the hall. As they were being escorted out, Mia, tear-streaked and trembling, turned back at the doorway. Her eyes were filled with a desperate, childish hatred. I hope you're happy alone with your money, she shrieked, her voice echoing in the hallway. You'll die miserable and unloved. I just looked at her, a strange mixture of pity and absolute finality washing over me. Then I slowly closed my door, the click of the lock sounding unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. Victory. It wasn't sweet, not entirely, but it was profound. And it was mine. The silence in my apartment after security escorted them out was heavy, but not oppressive. It was the silence of a battlefield after the decisive final engagement. Mia's parting shriek, "You'll die miserable and unloved," still echoed faintly in my ears, but it lacked its intended sting. Unloved by them, perhaps. Miserable, not anymore. The adrenaline from the confrontation slowly ebbed, replaced by a profound sense of exhaustion, and beneath that, a bedrock of unshakable peace. It was done. Truly done. The door wasn't just closed. It was bolted, sealed, the path back to the way things were, utterly obliterated. In the days and weeks that followed, the full extent of the fallout for my family became clearer, not through direct contact, there was none, but through the grapevine, primarily via my cousin Layla. Layla, who had always been a quiet observer of our family's dysfunctional dynamics, called me a few days after the incident, as she termed it. "Heard there was some excitement at your place," she said, her voice carefully neutral but with an undercurrent of something I couldn't quite decipher. Support. Curiosity. "You could say that," I replied, equally guarded. "Well," Layla continued, "Aunt Laurel has been calling everyone, telling them you've lost your mind, that you're cruel, vindictive, the works. Uncle Jacob just sounds broken. And Mia. Mia's apparently taken to her bed and declared her life over, I listened, a strange detachment settling over me. There was no triumph, no gloating, just a quiet affirmation that their actions had consequences, and those consequences were now playing out. Sloane, ever the professional, kept me apprised of the legal wranglings. The vendors, one by one, were filing claims or initiating lawsuits. The sums were significant. The dream wedding had turned into a financial nightmare for them. They're exploring options, Sloane told me during one call, but their options are limited. It seems their credit is shot, and they have very few liquid assets apart from the house. The house. The one I'd helped them buy. The irony wasn't lost on me. Layla called again a week or so later. They're putting the house on the market, she said, her voice softer this time. Aunt Laurel is devastated. Apparently, they have to. The debts are piling up. Mia's fiancé, well, let's just say he's having second thoughts about the whole Sullivan experience. No surprise there. I started to use the reclaimed space in my life, mental, emotional, and financial. The constant low-level anxiety that had been my companion for years began to dissipate. I slept better. I found myself smiling more for no particular reason. The money I was no longer hemorrhaging into the family coffers started to accumulate. I looked at my savings account, and for the first time, it felt truly mine. I took that professional development course I'd put off years ago because of the roof repair. I booked a solo trip to a place I'd always wanted to see, a small coastal town known for its hiking trails and quiet beaches. No five-star resorts, no pressure to impress anyone. Just me, my thoughts, and the open road. One evening, I was sitting on my balcony, watching the city lights twinkle, a glass of wine in my hand. My phone buzzed, an unknown number. I almost ignored it, but something made me answer. Madeline? The voice was hesitant, almost unrecognisable. It was Jacob. Dad? Maddie, I just wanted to say, he faltered. Your mother, she's not doing well. This whole thing, it's been very hard on her. On all of us. I waited, saying nothing. There was no apology in his voice, just a statement of their suffering, as if expecting me to somehow alleviate it. Mia! Her young man left her, he continued, his voice thick with unshed tears. The wedding, the debts, it was too much for him. She blames you, you know. I know, I said quietly. We might lose the house, Maddie. His voice cracked. The house you helped us get. There it was, the subtle, desperate plea, the hope that even now I might swoop in and save them. I took a slow sip of my wine. The city air felt cool and clean. Dad, I said, my voice gentle but firm. What happened was the result of choices. Choices you all made over many, many years. I made my choice too. I chose to stop enabling it. A long silence stretched between us. I could hear his ragged breathing. I wish things could have been different, I added, and I meant it. I wished for the family I'd always wanted, the supportive, loving unit that existed only in my imagination. But I didn't regret protecting myself from the family I actually had. So, that's it then, he finally whispered. You're just washing your hands of us? I'm taking care of myself, Dad, I replied. It's long overdue. I ended the call, not with anger, but with a quiet sadness for what could never be. But the sadness was tinged with an overwhelming sense of freedom. Mia thought I'd be miserable and unloved. She was wrong. I was finally learning to love myself. And that, I realised, was more than enough. The scales had balanced. Not through magic or divine intervention, but through deliberate action. My action. And the peace that came with it was real. It was earned. And it was all mine.
The first time I truly felt like an outsider in my own family wasn't at a celebration or holiday gathering. It was at my beloved Aunt Lillian's funeral. Standing alone beneath the massive oak tree that shadowed her casket, I watched my cousins huddle together, their designer black dresses and suits a stark contrast to my simple thrift store ensemble. My name is Callie, and I've spent 31 years trying to belong in a family that treats wealth like oxygen, essential for survival. The irony? Aunt Lillian was the only one who ever made me feel like I belonged. Look who decided to show up. Camilla's voice cut through the somber atmosphere as she approached. Quinn and Derek trailing behind her like perfectly trained show dogs. I'm surprised you could take time away from your little charity project. I straightened my spine, forcing a polite smile. It's a women's shelter, Camilla. And Aunt Lillian volunteered there too. Please, Derek scoffed, adjusting his Italian silk tie. Aunt Lillian would never step foot in such a place. She had standards. The memory of Aunt Lillian quietly sorting donations and counseling abuse survivors flashed through my mind, but I kept it to myself. She'd always asked me to keep her volunteer work private, away from her judgmental children. The lawyer's waiting, Quinn announced, checking her phone. We should head to the reading. I took a step forward, but Camilla's manicured hand shot out, stopping me. Oh, honey, didn't anyone tell you? The reading is for immediate family only. I am immediate family, I protested, heat rising to my cheeks. Aunt Lillian was my mother's sister. Yes, but we all know how Aunt Lillian felt about your branch of the family tree. Derek smirked. Always the black sheep, weren't you? Quinn at least had the decency to look uncomfortable. It's just, the lawyer was very specific about who should attend. We wouldn't want to waste anyone's time, Camilla added, her smile sharp as a knife. I mean, what could Aunt Lillian possibly leave to someone who spends their days serving soup to homeless people? I watched them walk away, their expensive shoes clicking against the cemetery path. An elderly woman who'd been standing nearby approached me, her kind eyes filled with concern. I couldn't help but overhear, she said softly. I'm Margaret. I worked with Lillian at the country club. Nice to meet you, I managed, trying to swallow the lump in my throat. Your aunt spoke about you often, Margaret continued, surprising me. She was so proud of your work at the shelter, said you were the only one who understood what really mattered in life. Before I could respond, my phone buzzed. A text from Chelsea, the shelter's director. Need you at the center ASAP. Important news about Lillian. I glanced at my cousin's retreating backs, then back at my phone. Something in my gut told me this was important. Thank you, Margaret, I said, squeezing her hand. You have no idea how much I needed to hear that today. As I walked to my car, a reliable but ancient Honda Civic that stuck out like a sore thumb among the luxury vehicles, I heard Camilla's laugh echo across the cemetery. 10 years ago, that sound would have made me shrink into myself. Today, it just made me sad. You know what's funny? I heard Derek say to his sisters, she actually thought she'd be included in the will reading. As if Aunt Lillian would leave anything to someone who couldn't even afford a proper funeral outfit. I slid into my car, hands gripping the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The last time I'd seen Aunt Lillian, just days before she passed, she'd held my hand and whispered, Patience, dear one. Everything will make sense soon. Starting my car, I took one last look at the cemetery. My cousins had disappeared into their chauffeured car, probably heading to the lawyer's office to divide up what they saw as their rightful inheritance. They had no idea that Aunt Lillian had visited the shelter every Tuesday for the past 5 years, working quietly alongside me to help women rebuild their lives. They had no idea about a lot of things. My phone buzzed again. Another message from Chelsea. Found something Lillian left for you. You're going to want to see this. I put the car in drive, leaving behind the cemetery and my cousin's cruel laughter. Aunt Lillian always said timing was everything, and something told me she had one last lesson to teach about patience, karma, and the true meaning of family legacy. As I merged onto the highway, heading toward the shelter, I couldn't help but smile. Maybe being an outsider wasn't such a bad thing after all. Sometimes it gives you the perfect vantage point to see what others miss. The women's shelter stood in stark contrast to the mansions my cousins called home. A modest 3-story building with fading paint and a small garden out front. But unlike those cold marble halls, this place radiated warmth. As I walked through the front door, the familiar scent of coffee and fresh-baked cookies wrapped around me like a hug. There you are. Chelsea rushed forward, her gray curls bouncing. How was the funeral? About as pleasant as you'd expect, I said, hanging up my coat. My cousins made sure to remind me of my place in the family hierarchy. Before Chelsea could respond, Maria, one of our regular volunteers, poked her head out of the kitchen. Is it true about Miss Lillian? She really passed away? I nodded, and Maria's eyes welled up with tears. but she was just here last week, helping me organize the donation closet. Chelsea shot me a knowing look. Most of the women here had no idea she was from Money. She'd show up in her gardening clothes, insisting on being called just Lillian. That's because the real Lillian wasn't the society woman my cousins thought they knew, I said, following Chelsea to her office. Remember how she used to bring those incredible homemade cookies? And tell everyone they were store-bought because she didn't want to seem like she was showing off. Chelsea laughed, then grew serious. Which makes what I'm about to show you even more important. She unlocked her desk drawer and pulled out a sealed envelope. She dropped this off last month, made me promise not to give it to you until after she was gone. My hands trembled as I took the envelope. Aunt Lillian's elegant handwriting spelled out my name on the front. She came to see me that day. Chelsea said softly. Told me she'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer 6 months earlier. Said she had some loose ends to tie up. I sank into the chair across from Chelsea's desk, the envelope heavy in my hands. She never told any of us she was sick. Open it, Chelsea urged. She was very specific about the timing. Just then, a commotion erupted in the hallway. 2 women were arguing, their voices rising. Chelsea sighed. I should handle this. Take your time with the letter. Alone in the office, I traced my finger over Aunt Lillian's handwriting, remembering the first time she'd caught me volunteering here 5 years ago. I thought I recognized that laugh, she'd said, standing in the doorway in old jeans and a faded sweater. Don't look so scared, dear. I'm not here to tell tales to the family. That day, she'd rolled up her sleeves and helped me sort donations for 3 hours. It became our secret Tuesday ritual. The black sheep and the family matriarch, working side by side to help women rebuild their lives. Taking a deep breath, I broke the seal and unfolded the letter. My dearest Callie, if you're reading this, I've already passed. Don't waste time mourning. We both know I lived exactly as I chose to. What matters now is ensuring my legacy continues in the right hands. By now, my children and your cousins will be gathering for the reading of my official will. Let them. What they don't know is that 3 months ago, I made some significant changes to my estate planning. The shelter's building deed is enclosed with this letter. I purchased it last year when the previous owners threatened to sell. It's yours now, along with an endowment to ensure its continued operation. There's more, but that will become clear soon enough. You alone understood what I've known all along, that true wealth isn't measured in dollars, but in the lives we touch. While the others were chasing status at country clubs, you were here, helping women find their strength. Don't reveal anything yet. Let the official reading proceed. Sometimes the best lessons come from unexpected moments. All my love, Aunt Lillian. P.S. Check the cookie jar in the kitchen. I left my secret recipe there last week. Those women deserve the real thing, not store-bought substitutes. My vision blurred with tears as I pulled out the property deed. Chelsea knocked softly before entering. You okay? She asked, closing the door behind her. I handed her the letter, watching her eyes widen as she read. Oh my God, she whispered. She bought the building? She knew the shelter was at risk, I said, wiping my eyes. All those times she was organizing the donation closet, she was actually planning this. My phone buzzed. A text from Quinn. We'll reading tomorrow at 2. Not that it matters to you. Chelsea handed the letter back, squeezing my shoulder. What are you going to do? I tucked the letter and deed safely in my bag, thinking of Aunt Lillian's words about unexpected moments and lessons. First, I said, standing up, I'm going to check that cookie jar. Then I'm going to do exactly what Aunt Lillian asked. Wait for the right moment to show them who she really was, and what family really means. Back home in my small apartment, I spread Aunt Lillian's documents across my kitchen table. The property deed was just the beginning. Tucked inside the envelope, I found a USB drive, bank statements, and another sealed letter marked, Read after the will. My hands shook as I plugged the USB drive into my laptop. A single video file appeared, dated just 2 months ago. Aunt Lillian's face filled the screen, looking tired but determined. Hello, dear. Her voice rang clear through my speakers. If you're watching this, you've already found the deed. But there's more to tell you. I paused the video, needing a moment. Even through the screen, her presence felt so real it hurt. My phone buzzed again. Camilla this time. Hope you're not too disappointed about missing tomorrow's reading. Though really, what did you expect? I hit play again. The lawyers will read a will tomorrow that my children and your cousins expect. Aunt Lillian continued. They'll squabble over the house, the cars, the jewelry, all the things they think matter. But my real will, the one that matters, was filed last month. She leaned closer to the camera, her eyes fierce. I've watched them all these years, Callie. Watched how they treated you, how they chased status while you built something meaningful. The shelter isn't just a building. It's hope for women who need it most. And you're the only one who truly understands that. A knock at my door made me jump. Through the peephole, I saw Quinn standing in the hallway, shifting nervously. I know you're home, she called out. Your car's outside. I closed my laptop and opened the door. Quinn, what are you doing here? She brushed past me into the apartment, her designer perfume overwhelming in my small space. I wanted to make sure you understood about tomorrow. It's not personal. Isn't it? I gestured to my couch. Want to sit? She perched on the edge, looking uncomfortable. Derek and Camilla think it's better if you're not there. They're worried you might make a scene. When have I ever made a scene, Quinn? She had the grace to look embarrassed. Look, we all know Aunt Lillian was different in her last years. Started acting strange, volunteering at that shelter. Derek thinks she wasn't thinking clearly. I thought of the sharp, determined woman in the video. She knew exactly what she was doing. Did she, though? Quinn stood up, pacing. She used to take us shopping, buy us whatever we wanted. Then suddenly she's wearing old clothes and hanging out in some charity shelter? That's not normal. Maybe she found something more meaningful than shopping. Quinn stopped pacing, her eyes landing on the papers spread across my table. What's all that? I quickly gathered them up. Just work stuff. Right. Your important shelter work. She headed for the door, then paused. You know, Camilla's already talking about selling the shelter building. Says the land's worth millions to developers. My heart raced, but I kept my face neutral. Is that so? Just don't get your hopes up about anything, okay? It's better that way. She left, closing the door softly behind her. I returned to my laptop, hitting play on Aunt Lillian's video. I've left everything to you, Callie, she continued. The house, the investments, everything. But most importantly, I've left you my truth. Let them have their reading tomorrow. Let them show who they really are. Then, when the time is right, show them who I really was. The video ended. I opened the final letter with trembling fingers. My dearest Callie, by now they've shown their true colors at the reading. Remember, real strength isn't in attacking, but in standing firm in your truth. The official papers are with my lawyer, Sandra Mills. She'll contact you after tomorrow's charade. The shelter is yours, protected and endowed. The rest, well, let's just say your cousins are in for quite a surprise. Use it wisely, dear one. Show them what real family legacy looks like. All my love, Aunt Lillian. I folded the letter carefully, thinking of Quinn's words about selling the shelter, of Camilla's smugness, of Derek's certainty about who Aunt Lillian was. My phone buzzed one last time. A text from an unknown number. This is Sandra Mills. Meeting tomorrow after the reading? 4 p.m. at my office. Bring the letters and USB drive. I texted back a simple, yes, then gathered all of Aunt Lillian's documents into a secure folder. Tomorrow, my cousins would gather to divide what they thought was their inheritance. They had no idea that Aunt Lillian had orchestrated the perfect lesson about karma, justice, and the true meaning of wealth. For now, though, I had a batch of cookies to bake. After all, I had her secret recipe, and the women at the shelter deserved something special. I sat in my car outside the law office, watching my cousins arrive in their luxury vehicles. Through the large windows, I could see them gathering in the conference room, already arguing about something. Even from here, I could read Camilla's animated gestures. She was probably laying claim to Aunt Lillian's art collection. My phone lit up with a text from Chelsea. The vultures circling yet? You have no idea, I replied, then added a photo of Derek dramatically pounding the conference table. I wasn't supposed to be here, but I needed to see this play out. Parking around the corner had given me a perfect view of the show. The lawyer, Mr. Patterson, entered the room with a thin folder, the will they were expecting. My phone rang. Sandra Mills. "Are you watching?" she asked without preamble. "From my car. They're about to start." "Good. Stay there. I want you to see their reactions when they realize that folder contains nothing but a letter." Inside, Mr. Patterson opened the folder. Even from here, I could see Camilla's face redden as he began to read. She shot up from her chair, snatching the paper from his hands. "This is it?" Her voice carried through the glass. "One page? This can't be everything." Quinn pressed her hands to her face while Derek paced the room like a caged animal. I cracked my window to hear better. "This is the only will we have on file," Mr. Patterson said calmly. "It simply states that all matters regarding the estate will be handled by another attorney, Sandra Mills." "Who the hell is Sandra Mills?" Derek's voice boomed. "I've never heard of her," Quinn whispered. "Why would Aunt Lillian do this?" Camilla pulled out her phone, probably Googling Sandra's name. "This doesn't make sense. The house alone is worth millions. The art collection, the investments, where is all of that?" "Perhaps," Mr. Patterson suggested, "you should contact Ms. Mills." "I'm calling our family lawyer," Derek announced. "This is ridiculous. We'll contest it." My phone buzzed again. "Sandra. Time for phase 2. Meet me at my office now." I started my car just as Camilla stormed out of the building, mascara running down her cheeks. She was so focused on her phone, she didn't even notice me driving past. Sandra's office was across town, in a modest building, nothing like the gleaming tower my cousins were leaving. She greeted me with a warm smile and ushered me into her office. "Right on schedule," she said, checking her watch. "They should be calling any—" Her phone rang. She put it on speaker. "Sandra Mills speaking. This is Derek. What kind of game are you playing? Where's our aunt's real will?" "Mr. Hudson, I've been expecting your call. Would you like to schedule a meeting? We demand to know what's going on." Camilla's voice cut in. "We're her children." "Of course," Sandra replied smoothly. "I'm free at 4 p.m. today. Will you all be attending?" "We'll be there with our lawyer," Derek snapped. "Wonderful. Oh, and please be aware, your cousin Callie will be joining us." The line went silent for a moment before Quinn spoke. "Callie, what does she have to do with this?" "Everything will be explained at 4 p.m. See you then." She hung up, turning to me with a twinkle in her eye. "Your aunt was right about them. Now, let's prepare. They'll try to paint you as a manipulator who took advantage of a confused old woman." "But we have the video," I reminded her, "and the letters, and the shelter's documentation, and 5 years of witnesses who saw her volunteer work." Sandra pulled out a thick folder. "Your aunt spent months preparing for this. She wanted to teach them a lesson, yes, but she also wanted to protect you." "I don't care about the money," I said quietly. "I just want to protect her legacy." "The money is part of her legacy," Sandra corrected me. "And she trusted you to use it wisely." My phone chimed with a group text from my cousins. Derek. "Whatever you did to manipulate Aunt Lillian will expose you." Camilla. "Hope you're happy with yourself. This isn't over." Quinn. "How could you do this to us?" Sandra read the messages over my shoulder and smiled. "They still think this is about them. Shall we show them what it's really about?" I thought of Aunt Lillian's video, her letters, her quiet work at the shelter. "Yes," I said. "It's time they met the real Aunt Lillian." We spent the next hour reviewing documents and preparing for the storm that was coming. At 3:55, Sandra's receptionist buzzed. "They're here, all 3, plus their lawyer." I took a deep breath, touching the locket Aunt Lillian had given me last Christmas. Inside was a tiny note that read, "Sometimes the greatest gift is showing people who they really are." "Ready?" Sandra asked, standing. I nodded, straightening my spine. "Let's finish what Aunt Lillian started." The conference room crackled with tension as my cousins filed in, their lawyer trailing behind them. Camilla's eyes narrowed when she saw me, while Derek made a show of adjusting his expensive cufflinks. Quinn wouldn't look at me at all. "Let's get straight to the point," their lawyer started, but Sandra held up her hand. "Before we begin, we have something you need to see." She set up a laptop on the conference table. "This video was recorded by Lillian 2 months ago." "Objection," their lawyer interrupted. "We have no way to verify." "The video is time-stamped and notarized," Sandra replied calmly, hitting play. Aunt Lillian's face appeared on screen, and Quinn gasped. She looked healthier here than in her final days, but the determination in her eyes was unmistakable. "My dear children," she began, "if you're watching this, you've already discovered that my will isn't what you expected. You're probably angry, confused, maybe even planning to contest it." Derek shifted uncomfortably in his chair. "For years, I've watched you chase status and wealth, treating kindness as weakness and compassion as foolishness. You mocked your cousin Callie for working at a shelter, never knowing I worked alongside her every Tuesday." "That's ridiculous," Camilla scoffed. "Mom would never—" "Check my calendar," Aunt Lillian continued, as if anticipating the interruption. "Every Tuesday for 5 years. Ask the women at the shelter. While you were at country club luncheons, I was serving soup and counseling abuse survivors." Quinn's face had gone pale. "The gardening clothes," she whispered. "You said she was going through a strange phase. I've left everything to Callie," Aunt Lillian announced, because she alone understood what real wealth is. The shelter, the house, the investments, all of it. Not out of spite, but because I trust her to use it wisely. "This is preposterous," their lawyer sputtered. Clearly she was being manipulated. Sandra pulled out a thick folder. "I have 5 years of documented volunteer hours, witness statements, and medical evaluations proving Lillian was of sound mind when she made these decisions. She was our mother." Derek slammed his hand on the table. "Everything was supposed to go to us." "Play the rest," I said quietly. It was the first time I'd spoken. Aunt Lillian's voice filled the room again. "But I'm offering you one chance. Callie has instructions to set up a charitable foundation. If you choose to participate, to truly understand the work we do, you can each have a role. The choice is yours. Continue fighting over money or help build something meaningful." The video ended. Silence filled the room. "This is your doing." Camilla pointed at me, mascara smearing again. "You turned her against us." "Did I?" I pulled out my phone, scrolling through photos. Here's Aunt Lillian last Christmas, serving dinner at the shelter. Here she is helping a woman move into her first apartment after leaving her abuser. Here she is teaching a financial literacy class to survivors. Quinn grabbed the phone, swiping through pictures with trembling hands. "Why didn't she tell us? Would you have listened?" I asked gently. "Or would you have done exactly what you're doing now? Assume someone manipulated her?" "The will is ironclad," Sandra added. "You can contest it, but you'll lose. And you'll spend years in court while the foundation's work continues without you." Derek stood up abruptly. "This is absurd. Come on, we're leaving." But Quinn stayed seated, still staring at my phone. "Wait," she said. "I want to see the shelter." "Quinn," Camilla hissed. "Don't fall for this." "Fall for what?" Quinn's voice cracked. "Mom spent 5 years living a whole life we knew nothing about. Don't you want to know why?" "The foundation meeting is tomorrow at 10 a.m., Sandra said. "At the shelter. Anyone who wants to understand Lillian's legacy is welcome to attend." Derek grabbed his suit jacket. "This isn't over. Come on, Quinn." But Quinn handed me back my phone, her eyes meeting mine for the first time. "I'll be there tomorrow. You're choosing her over us?" Camilla's voice rose to a shriek. "No." Quinn stood up. "I'm choosing to find out who Mom really was." After they left, Sandra turned to me. "That went exactly as your aunt predicted. She said Quinn would be the first to understand." I nodded, thinking of the last photo on my phone. Aunt Lillian and me, covered in flour from baking cookies, laughing at the shelter's kitchen. The real her, the one they never knew. "The foundation meeting tomorrow," I said. "Do you think any of them will actually come?" Sandra gathered her papers. Your aunt said to have the cookies ready, just in case. She was usually right about these things. I touched the locket again, smiling. Then I better get baking. I have a recipe after all. At 9:55 the next morning, I arranged Aunt Lillian's cookies on a plate in the shelter's meeting room. Chelsea helped me set up chairs while shooting nervous glances at the door. Are you sure about this? She asked. After yesterday, they might show up with an army of lawyers. Then we'll offer the lawyers cookies too, I said, adjusting the photo display we'd created. Dozens of pictures of Aunt Lillian at the shelter, helping women rebuild their lives. At exactly 10 a.m., Quinn walked in alone. She'd traded her usual designer outfit for jeans and a simple sweater. Her eyes were red like she'd been crying. I brought coffee, she said awkwardly, holding up a carrier. I remembered, in the photos, Mom always had a coffee cup in her hand. French vanilla with extra cream. Chelsea smiled. That was her favorite. I didn't know that, Quinn whispered, setting down the coffee. I didn't know anything. Before I could respond, the door opened again. Camilla stood there, looking uncomfortable in 4-inch heels. This doesn't mean I accept any of this, she announced. I'm just here to protect our interests. Have a cookie, I offered, holding out the plate. Aunt Lillian's recipe. Camilla started to refuse, then froze. Wait, these are her Christmas cookies, the ones she stopped making years ago because she said she was too busy. She made them here every week, Chelsea said the women needed something that tasted like home. Camilla sank into a chair, taking a cookie with trembling hands. Quinn sat beside her, passing her a coffee. Derek's not coming, Quinn said quietly. He's meeting with lawyers about contesting the will. Let me show you something, I said, pulling out Aunt Lillian's volunteer log. Every Tuesday for 5 years. She never missed a day, even when she was sick. Sick? Camilla's head snapped up. What do you mean, sick? The door opened again, and Maria walked in with several other shelter residents. Is it true? Maria asked. About Miss Lillian leaving everything to the shelter? Not exactly, I explained. She left everything to a foundation that will support the shelter and expand its services. She helped me get my GED, one woman spoke up, tutored me every week for months. She taught me how to budget, another added, helped me open my first bank account. Quinn was crying openly now. Why didn't she tell us? Because you wouldn't have understood, a familiar voice said from the doorway. We all turned to see Margaret from the funeral, the country club worker. I helped her keep her secret. She changed clothes in my office before coming here. But why? Camilla demanded. We're her children. She could have told us. Remember when I started volunteering here? I asked gently. You all mocked me, called it a waste of time, said I was embarrassing the family. We were wrong, Quinn whispered. Camilla stood up abruptly. This is ridiculous. She was our mother. Everything she had should have gone to us, not some charity case. Is that what you think this is? Chelsea asked, her voice sharp. Come with me. She led us to the shelter's kitchen, where a plaque hung on the wall. It read, The Lillian Hudson Teaching Kitchen, where women learn to feed their souls. Your mother funded this kitchen last year, Chelsea explained. Said every woman deserves a place to create something beautiful. She spent her money on this? Camilla gestured around. Instead of us? No, I corrected her. She invested in changing lives, including yours if you'll let her. The foundation meeting, Quinn said suddenly. What exactly does it involve? I pulled out Aunt Lillian's final plan. Blueprints for expanding the shelter, adding a daycare center, creating job training programs. She wanted it to be a family legacy, I explained, but a different kind than you're used to. I want in, Quinn said firmly. I want to understand who she really was. Camilla stared at the cookie in her hand, then at the women gathered around us. Women whose lives Aunt Lillian had touched. She really came here every week? She asked softly. Maria nodded. Rain or shine, said it was the best part of her week. Camilla's phone buzzed. Probably Derek with updates from the lawyers. She silenced it without looking. "Show me everything," she said finally. "Show me what she did here." I caught Chelsea's eye and smiled. Aunt Lillian had predicted this too, in her final letter. They'll fight it at first, but give them time. Show them what real wealth looks like. The cookies will help. Some lessons are best taught with a little sweetness. I picked up the shelter's volunteer log and opened it to a fresh page. "Who wants to sign up for Tuesday shifts?" Quinn reached for the pen first. The courthouse steps felt colder than usual as I waited for Sandra to arrive. 2 weeks had passed since the shelter meeting, and Derek had made good on his threat to contest the will. Today was our first hearing. Quinn appeared beside me, clutching 2 coffee cups. "Thought you might need this." "Thanks," I said, surprised. "Are you sure you want to be seen with the enemy?" "Stop," she sighed. "I've been doing shifts at the shelter. I get it now. Mom wasn't crazy or manipulated. She was amazing." Camilla's Mercedes pulled up and she stepped out wearing a simple black suit instead of her usual flashy attire. "Derek's already inside with the lawyers. He's not happy I'm testifying for your side." Before I could respond, Sandra arrived with her team, carrying boxes of evidence. "Ready?" The courtroom was packed. Shelter residents filled the back rows, while Derek sat at the front with 3 expensive lawyers. His face darkened when he saw Camilla and Quinn sit on my side. "All rise," the bailiff called as Judge Martinez entered. Derek's lead lawyer started with exactly the argument we'd expected. "Your Honor, we contend that Lillian Hudson was unduly influenced in her final years, led astray from her family obligations by manipulation and—" "Objection," Sandra interrupted. "Counsel is making unfounded accusations. We have extensive documentation of Mrs. Hudson's sound mental state and deliberate choices." "Proceed with evidence," Judge Martinez ordered. Sandra played the video testimony. Then came the parade of witnesses. Shelter residents, volunteers, even Lillian's doctors confirming her mental clarity. But the real shock came when Quinn took the stand. "Ms. Hudson," Derek's lawyer approached. "Isn't it true your mother showed signs of mental decline?" "No." Quinn's voice was firm. "She showed signs of being herself, her real self, for the first time in years. I just didn't want to see it." "But surely you agree this radical change in behavior? You mean helping others instead of buying designer handbags?" Quinn interrupted. "I've spent 2 weeks working at the shelter. I've seen the lives she changed. The only thing radical was how blind we were." Derek stood up, face red. "She's been brainwashed too." "Mr. Hudson," the judge warned, "control yourself." Next came Camilla's testimony. She pulled out her phone, hands shaking slightly. "I'd like to play something," she said. "A voicemail from Mom I saved from last year. I didn't understand it then." The court fell silent as Aunt Lillian's voice filled the room. "Camilla, darling, I wish you could see what I see at the shelter today. A woman just got her first job after leaving an abusive marriage. She's starting over with nothing, but she has everything. Reminds me of what real strength looks like. I hope someday you'll understand. Love you." I deleted all her other messages about the shelter. Camilla's voice cracked. "I thought she was going through a phase. I was wrong." Derek's lawyers huddled together, whispering urgently. But their star witness was yet to come. A private investigator they'd hired to dig into my past. "Miss Hudson," he addressed me on the stand. "Isn't it true you orchestrated this entire situation? Befriended your aunt when she was vulnerable?" I opened my handbag and pulled out a stack of papers. "These are donation records from the shelter. Every Tuesday for 5 years, Aunt Lillian came on her own. She found us. She chose this path. I never asked her for anything. But surely—" "I have security footage," I continued. 5 years of her arriving every week, helping women rebuild their lives. Would you like to see it?" The investigator faltered. Derek's face had gone from red to pale. Then Maria stood up in the back of the courtroom. "Your Honor, may I speak?" The judge nodded. "Miss Lillian saved my life." Maria's voice shook. "Not with money, but with time, with cookies. with believing in me. She wasn't manipulated. She was the strongest person I knew. One by one, women stood up in the courtroom, each with a story about Aunt Lillian's impact on their lives. Judge Martinez raised her hand for silence. I've seen enough. This will is not only valid, but represents a clear and conscious choice by Lillian Hudson to create a meaningful legacy. Case dismissed. Derek stormed out, his lawyers trailing behind. Quinn and Camilla hugged me, both crying. He'll come around, Quinn whispered. Eventually. Outside, the shelter residents were celebrating. Chelsea appeared with a familiar-looking cookie tin. Found this in Lillian's old office, she said. It's marked for the day they finally understand. Inside were cookies, still fresh, with a note. Share these when the fighting stops. Real family is built on love, not lawyers. L. We passed them around, standing in the sunshine, watching as Derek's car sped away. Sometimes I realized winning isn't about defeating someone. It's about showing them a better way to be. The autumn breeze carried the scent of fresh paint as I unlocked the shelter's new front doors. The expanded building gleamed in the morning light, 3 times larger than before, with the daycare center Aunt Lillian had dreamed of. Still can't believe how fast construction finished, Quinn said, falling into step beside me. She'd traded her designer wardrobe permanently for practical clothes, perfect for chasing after the shelter's children. The contractor said he'd never seen permits processed so quickly, I replied. Almost like someone pulled some strings at City Hall. Quinn smiled mysteriously. Camilla might have mentioned something about that. Turns out her country club connections are good for more than just charity galas. Inside, the new teaching kitchen buzzed with activity. Camilla stood at the center island, her sleeves rolled up, teaching a cooking class to 5 residents. Remember what Aunt Lillian always said. She demonstrated proper knife technique. Cooking is therapy for the soul. Speaking of therapy, Quinn nodded toward the new counseling wing. Did you see the waiting list for Sandra's legal aid clinic? Full through December, I confirmed. Turns out combining legal services with emotional support was exactly what many women needed. The front desk phone rang. Maria, now our full-time office manager, answered it. Lillian Hudson Women's Center, she said proudly. Then her expression changed. Oh, yes, he's welcome to come tour the facility. She covered the receiver. It's Derek. He wants to see the center. Quinn and I exchanged glances. We hadn't heard from our brother since the court case 3 months ago. Tell him to come now, I decided. We're all here. 20 minutes later, Derek walked through the doors, looking uncomfortable in casual clothes instead of his usual suit. This is different than I expected, he said, taking in the bright, welcoming space. Come see everything. Quinn linked her arm through his, starting with Mom's favorite spot. We showed him the teaching kitchen, where Camilla's class was pulling fresh cookies from the oven. The daycare center, where children of shelter residents played safely while their mothers attended job training. The counseling rooms, the computer lab, the rooftop garden. And this, I saved for last, is what Aunt Lillian left for you. I opened her old office, now a financial literacy classroom. On the wall hung a photo of young Derek sitting on Aunt Lillian's lap, both laughing as he tried to balance her checkbook. She said you were the first person who made her think about money differently, I explained. That's why she wanted you to run the Foundation's financial education program. But I fought the will, he said quietly. Tried to destroy everything she built. And now you have a chance to build something new. Camilla appeared in the doorway, offering him a cookie. That's what Mom was all about, right? Second chances? Derek took the cookie, staring at the photo. I was so angry about the money, about being left out. I never stopped to ask why. So ask now, Quinn suggested. We're all still learning who Mom really was. A commotion from the front desk interrupted us. A new arrival, a young mother with 2 small children, looking terrified and hopeful. I'll handle intake, Maria started to say, but Derek stepped forward. Let me, he said. I'd like to learn how to help. We watched as he introduced himself, gently offered the children cookies, showed them to the daycare center while Maria helped their mother with paperwork. "He's a natural," Quinn whispered. "Just like Mom was." Later, as the sun set through the new stained glass windows Aunt Lillian had designed, we gathered in the kitchen. Derek rolled up his sleeves and reached for the recipe card box. "Think you can teach me how to make her cookies?" he asked. "Better." Camilla pulled out a familiar tin. "Found this in her desk. Label says, 'For when the family's complete again.'" Inside were perfect cookies and a note. "Some ingredients take time to blend properly. Love is patient that way." L. We shared the cookies, sitting together in the kitchen where it all began. Through the open door, we could hear women laughing in the computer lab, children playing in the daycare, lives being rebuilt piece by piece. "She knew, didn't she?" Derek said softly. "That it would end like this?" "Not end," I corrected him. "Begin. She always said real wealth grows when you share it." Quinn raised her cookie in a toast. "To Aunt Lillian's real legacy." "To family," Camilla added. "To second chances," Derek said. I looked around at my transformed family and our transformed shelter and smiled. "To all of it," I said. "Every single crumb."